Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello? Morning, Lauren. Hello? 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 Can you guys hear me? Sorry, everyone. Just give us one more minute. Bear with us while we figure out a small tech issue. Hello, I want to glitch can be today. I am thrilled to be hosting today's Compounding Pharmacies Business Salon. We have 22 leaders from the compounding industry, and it's a great mix of pharmacists, consultants, and legal experts. They're all here to talk with you about the compounding industry, the challenges of running the business in today's world, and how you can look at ways to grow your business, increase revenue, and market share. We're running concurrent tracks, marketing, operations, and opportunities. All the sessions will be recorded so you can download them and view the sessions you are unable to attend live. If you're looking to get CE credits, you have 30 days to review the sessions and the associated questionnaire. A little bit about the platform. I'm sure you've noticed all the rooms on the side. Once you click on the rooms, do remember to hit join. Also, can you please, if you want to ask any questions or something, please raise your hand. So I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if everybody hears me. Great, thank you. Any moment now, we're going to have our first session, our keynote, Gabrielle Kozel, who's the Acting Director, the Division of Compounding Policy and Outreach, the Office of Compounding Quality and Compliance from the FDA. Just give us one more moment. I know she's here and looking forward to speaking with everybody. There she is. All right, Gaby, I'm going to let you take it away from here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to just share my slides here. 1 minute. All right. Please, if you can't see my slides. Today, pleased to join today's conference and provide an opening talk and an update FDA 2021 update on compounding policy and oversight. My name is Gaby Cosell, and as mentioned, I am Director of Division of Compounding Policy and Outreach in the Office of Compounding Quality and Compliance. So today I'd like to cover some updates in three buckets. One is to discuss a bit policy activities and oversight activities on compounding during COVID-19 the past year. Then I'd like to provide some additional policy updates related to compounding. And finally, I'll talk about our outreach activity, including our work under our relatively new initiative, the Compounding Quality Center of Excellence. So, just to level set, start, FDA advances policy on drug compounding, we really seek to balance a number of goals. First and foremost, we seek to protect the public health. We're also clarity to stakeholders, though, and decrease regulatory where possible. We get a lot of questions and comments from stakeholders, which are really significant inputs that inform our policy development process, and we welcome that. We also provide clarity where we can about the roles of FDA and the states, which for compounding is a very important topic. And finally, we want to back access to compounded drugs with supporting primary approved drugs whenever possible. Building on that last point, when we develop our policy, we seek to consider compounded drugs, but also necessity. And then if approved drugs meet patients' medical needs, we really want our policies to support their primary use. Of course, when patients use compounded drugs, we want to make sure that appropriate quality standards are in place to ensure their quality. So let me discuss now of FDA's policies and oversight activities during the pandemic. About a year ago now, we at FDA, and I think people in the room were busy work to try to understand and address the impacts of the COVID-19 public emergency on our medical products supply. We tried to act fairly quickly where we thought we could have an impact by issuing a number of temporary guidances to help address supply disruptions that we were seeing that put patients at risk. And these guidances include a pair of guidances addressing compounding during the pandemic by out facilities and other compounders, guidance on compounding of hand sanitizers and related guidances for other entities making hand sanitizers, guidance on compounding when standard PPE is not available, guidance on repackaging of propofol, and reporting during the pandemic, which does cover outsourcing facilities as well for increased production of compounded drugs to address supply disruptions. So I'll begin by talking about our two guidances on compounding during the pandemic, really aimed at mitigating some of the supply disruptions we saw for certain therapies needed for COVID-19 patients. In general, just as a backdrop, FDA tries to address drug shortages by restoring supplies of FDA-approved drugs first. But of course, compounded drugs can be a really important source of drugs during shortage as well. And in light of the exigencies posed by COVID-19, we determined it would be for us to provide some additional flexibilities so that compounders were better able to meet these needs when FDA-approved products weren't available. When we put these two guidances together for outsourcing facilities as well as compounders under 503A, we try to draft them so they would prioritize sourcing of approved drugs when possible, and if not, then prioritize sourcing of drugs from sourcing facilities first before turning to other compounders. So I'll just provide a quick overview of these two. Our temporary guidance for outsourcing facilities provides flexibility on statutory provisions on essentially a copy, including a 90-day period after a product is removed from the list of products that's referenced in the guidance to provide some market certainty for entities wishing to produce those products. There's flexibility on the use of bulk drug substances to compound drugs that are not on FDA's drug shortage list. So some of the products on the list referenced the guidance are not currently on the shortage list. This flexibility does not address provisions related to conformance with USP standards, sourcing from registered suppliers, and the like. Those still apply. And there's flexibility on CGMP expectations related to stability studies and expiration dates, which I'll discuss a little bit more in a minute. So the guidance has a number of conditions. It applies to drugs that are on the list referenced in the guidance that we make on our website. and the drug contains only one active ingredient. I'll show the list in a minute, but basically single ingredient aqueous solutions, a set of them. It applies for compounded drugs that are provided directly to a hospital that has tried and been unable to get adequate supplies of FDA-approved drug products with the same active for the same route. It also expects weekly reporting for drug products compounded under the guidance. The weekly reports include the information that are typically reported in the biannual report that outsourcing facilities provide to FDA, that the OFs provide the cumulative number of individual units of the drug product produced during the current reporting period iteratively as the weeks go on. So as I mentioned, there are some expectations related to stability testing and expiration dates. Basically, the products produced under the guidance have to meet the conditions described in an Appendix A of that guidance, which provides some pathways for stability testing. That if the compounded drug is an aqueous sterile solution for injection and all ingredients are relatively soluble, there's some default BUD that may be used that are slightly longer. And when limited stability testing is initiated once the aggregate batch size is expected to exceed 1,000 units. And finally, that container closure system is used for previous experience and data. Products currently referenced in the guidance. It has stayed relatively stable in the past several months. The last change was that epinephrine was removed in October of last year. And these are the products that to date have been produced by outsourcing facilities under the guidance. I'll now just talk briefly about our counterparts for compounding pharmacies that are not outsourcing facilities. This offers temporary flexibility related to the essentially a copy provision, as well as the prescription requirement in Section 503A. Again, the policy applies to the drugs that are on the list referenced in the guidance. And here, the expectation is that the hospital is unable to obtain FDA-approved drugs or drugs from outsourcing facilities before turning to drugs funded by pharma, Section 503A. There's also an expectation that the pharmacy compounding under the guidance notifies their state board of pharmacy, and the board says that they don't object to the activity. I think this connection with the State Board of Pharmacy is really important, as states are the primary entity overseeing compounding pharmacies, state licensed compounding pharmacies. There's an expectation that the order be marked with the hot name of the hospital and COVID-19, and that patients receiving the drugs, the list of the patients that receive the drugs be sent back to the compounder within a month. There's limited beyond use dates as well, and an expectation to report adverse events. I'll move on now to our policy on compounding of alcohol-based hand sanitizers during the pandemic. The guidance describes a number of conditions, including production according to a specific formula, and that additional ingredients are not added. For example, ingredients to improve smell or taste due to the risk of accidental ingestion. And there's a number of circumstances in the guidance that you can see if you refer to the guidance. As you may know, last summer there was an increase in hand sanitizer products that are labeled to contain ethanol, but that actually tested positive for methanol contamination. And in addition, there were state reports of adverse events from adults and children that were ingesting these products contaminated with methanol, and including blindness, hospitalizations, and death. So these were very serious events, and in response, we updated our hand sanitizer guidance in August to address testing for methanol. And under the revised guidance, any alcohol or isopropyl alcohol containing more than 630 parts per million methanol is not consistent with the temporary policy, so would not be permitted. Compounders can use a laboratory to test supplies of alcohol or isopropyl alcohol for methanol content, but FDA strongly recommends a lab that's been inspected by FDA and in compliance with CGMP. In addition, some other updates. Since that time, the United States Pharmaceutical Convention has revised their monograph for alcohol, dehydrated alcohol, to include a limit for methanol tests in the ID section. And finally, in January of this year, FDA also issued a guidance on testing of alcohol and isopropyl alcohol for methanol, which can be seen at that link. So, compounding has played a very important role in the delivery of care to patients during the pandemic. But FDA has also sought to alert compounders and providers to potential risks where we see them. And to that end, earlier this year, we communicated concerns about the potential compounding of remdesivir and thymosin for use in patients with COVID-19. For thymosin, the agency became aware of drug products containing thymosin being offered to patients for COVID-19, but thymosin is not approved to treat any condition, including COVID-19. And we clarified that thymosin does not meet the conditions for compounding under sections 503A and 503B. On remdesivir, FDA published a compounding risk alert in February describing complexities that may make this drug particularly challenging to compound. The agency is concerned that if it were to be compounded, patients receive substandard or low quality compounded remdesivir products, which could result in patient harm. So turning to oversight, as folks know, FDA inspections were temporarily suspended at the beginning of the pandemic, and they resumed last summer in a limited fashion under a new risk-based assessment system. Of course, as everyone knows, we are not yet back to normal on inspections due to the continued challenges imposed by the pandemic. But we are, working diligently to do as much as we can in this space, and we hope things will improve soon. However, in the meantime, while inspections are limited, we're exploring other ways to provide oversight and engage in these important conversations with the industry. So we've started a new initiative we call remote regulatory assessments to allow FDA and outsourcing facilities to continue dialogue and collaboration when we, aren't conducting our inspections in the same way. And these assessments are based on records review and are conducted under FDA's authority under Section 704 and 503B. Some examples of records that FDA might request are shown here, facility design diagrams, event reports, product labels, etc. We've just begun to pursue this and hope it's going to be a useful one. All right, now to provide some updates on policy matters that aren't directly related to the pandemic, starting with the FDA State Memorandum of Understanding, updates on our bulks list development efforts, and on sanitary conditions. So the final standard MOU, this was a major milestone for us. We published the final standard memorandum of understanding interstate distribution of compounded drugs in October of last year. And of course, a condition of Section 503A is that a compounded drug may be eligible for the exemptions under that section only if it's made in a state that has entered into an MOU with FDA that addresses distribution of inordinate amounts of compounded drugs and provides for investigation of complaints related to those products. Or if the state has not entered into the MOU, there's a limit on distribution of compounded drugs outside of the state to 5% of total prescription orders by the pharmacy. So this finalization of this standard MOU has been a long time coming. And we had a lot of, we had a number of versions of this previously, and we've had a lot of comments from the states, although those have gotten smaller and smaller over time. And we're also worked closely with the NABP on development. In this version of the MOU, we really tried to address any remaining concerns raised by the states about the document, including sources concerns, signature authority concerns, and questions about authority over physician compounding. Just a slide on to remind folks why FDA views this as a very important piece of implementation. As folks know, compounders under Section 503 are mainly overseen by their home state regulator. And Congress did not intend for compounders operating under Section 503 to grow into conventional manufacturing operations, conducting a substantial portion of their business interstate without adequate oversight. If this happens, if large portions of a compounder's drug go outside of state borders, adequate regulation of these drugs can really pose logistical, regulatory, and financial challenges to state regulators. It can be very difficult to investigate and address multi-state outbreaks, to follow up on complaints, et cetera. So you can envision a scenario where a poor-performing pharma located in the state with insufficient resources to engage in routine oversight, and this would put patients in other states at risk. So the MOU, in place provides a sort of better approach to coordinate information sharing and inform oversight, both coordinate between states and with states and the FDA. So on the MOU, our next steps, we're currently in a 1-year grace period that we've said we would deploy before we would enforce the 5% statutory limit on interstate distribution for compounders located that have not signed the MOU. States can sign the MOU at any time, but this grace period is just for states to, consider and provide some time to make decisions before the enforcement of 5% begins. As folks may know, NMEP are also making available an information sharing network for interests to use to, in part, complete the information collections associated with the MOU. So, as I mentioned, state resource concerns was one comment we had when we were developing the MOU, and we heard that, and so what we did is, through a grant to NABP, have had them develop an information sharing system that states may use to get information from pharmacies about the products they distribute across state lines, and use that to report to FDA as required under the MOU entities that cross that 50% threshold that the final standard MOU describes, which is a threshold for information reporting and not a limit on interstate distribution. An update on progress on the 503B bulks list. Of course, as you know, it's a condition of 503B that an outsourcing facility doesn't compound using bulk drug substances unless it appears on a list established by the Secretary identifying substances for which there is a clinical need or it's in shortage. And FDA has published proposals to include or not include bulk substances on the 503B bulks list in the Federal Register. In August, so this is just a bit of a recap on prior FRNs. We issued one in August 2018 where we proposed to not include 3 substances. In March 2019, we similarly proposed for 2 substances that we did not find a clinical need for inclusion in the list. In September 2019, we proposed to not include 9 bulk substances, and in July of 2020, we proposed adding 4 bulk drug substances to the bulks list, and these include diphenylcyclopropanone, you'll have to forgive me if I mispronounce some of these, glycolic acid, squaric acid dibutylester, and trichloroacetic acid. Additionally, we proposed 19 bulk drug substances not be included on the list. And then, as some may have seen, actually, we just yesterday/today announced the publication of a new Federal Register notice that identifies 1 bulk quinaquine hydrochloride that we are proposing on the 503B list, as well as 4 bulk drug substances that we are proposing not to include on the list, and those are bromphenic sodium, mitomycin C, nipafenac, and hydroxychloroquine sulfate. Regarding quinaquine, the agency nominated quinaquine hydrochloride to compound oral products for the treatment of cutaneous lupus. This is a summary of the bulk drug substances evaluated to date, and it shows our proposed and final determinations as described in the register notice published between 2018 and today. So we've looked at a total of 40 bulk drug substances now, and to date we've proposed to include 5 and proposed to not include 35 with a final determination for 2 of those, nicardipine hydrochloride and vasopressin. On the 503A bulk list, we're continuing our work here as well, and the law directs us to make, which we are directed to do via the statutory provision described here. As a reminder, under 503A, compounders can automatically compound with a bulk substance that's a component of an FDA-approved drug or that's subject of an applicable USP monograph. And if neither of those are the case, then they may also compound if the drug is on a list that we create through regulation, which we call the 503A bulks list. So this is a recap of prior actions here. We had a rulemaking in February 2019. Where we codified criteria used to evaluate substances nominated for inclusion on the list and added 6 substances and did not add 4. We did a proposed rule in September 2019 where we proposed 5 substances for the list and proposed 26 substances not be added. Excuse me. And I think that's our latest update on the work on the list. But the work on the 503A list is also ongoing as well. And then on insanitary conditions, this past November, FDA also published a final guidance on sanitary conditions at compounding facilities. And it included a few clarifications, related to the processing of beta-lactams, the physician in-office compounding and administration. On that point, what the clarification says is that FDA generally does not intend to take action under Section 501A2A, regarding preparation under insanitary conditions against a physician who's compounding a drug product, repackaging an approved drug product, or mixing, diluting, repackaging a licensed biological product, provided that it occurs in the physician's office for in-office administration to the physician's patients. We also included in the final guidance recommendations encouraging compounders to use risk evaluation strategies and risk management tools to put in place appropriate controls to prevent the occurrence of insanitary conditions at their facilities. Finally, last year we put on our website a number of policy clarifications, including two relevant to guidance on hospital and health system compounding and guidance on the copies provisions under sections 503A and 503B. So on hospital and health systems compounding, we said that the agency's draft guidance, which includes what folks may, often refer to as the 1 mile radius provision, is still in draft, and we're planning to issue a revision. The draft guidance was issued for public comment and hasn't been implemented. So the 1 mile radius relates to a proposed enforcement policy that would provide the hospital to conduct non-patient specific distribution of compounded drugs within the health system. So we're looking at these policies still as the long and short of this policy clarification, and that draft guidance has not been implemented. So essentially the copy guidance is, we said the agency, a couple clarifications here. First, we said the agency does not consider drugs that are on FDA shortage list that have been are no longer marketed to be commercially available, actually a copy provision for pharmacy and physician compound related under Section 503A. So we were getting questions on this. I wanted to make sure it was clear. We wanted to clarify that the agency does not consider a compounded drug produced by an outsourcing facility to be essentially a copy if it's identical or nearly identical to an FDA-approved drug, the drug shortage list. And similarly, for drugs that have been discontinued and are no, FDA would not take action in that case. We also received questions and comments on our policies for applying the essentially a copy provision when outsourcing facilities compound drugs starting with an approved drug rather than a bulk drug substance. And we're looking at this, address these comments in an upcoming revision to the guidance. All right, I'll in my final section here, I want to talk about some of our outreach activities and engagement activities. Stakeholder engagement is a hugely important part of our overall program. We need stakeholder input to do our work. It's critical. We welcome stakeholder views on our policies and oversight activities. We want to understand, firsthand impact on public health. We want to understand implications for current practice. So we have and are continuing to try to make sure we have good channels in place to get this feedback and get this communication. We hold annual stakeholder listening sessions and other related meetings. We have intergovernmental meetings with state and federal partners. We solicit comments on our policy proposals. We really welcome comments on those. And we welcome questions and requests for guidance on ways to comply with statutory requirements. This is really, we really rely on this to help inform our policy development process. This is a snapshot of some of the activities I'll about. I want to talk about our compounding excellence, our annual listening sessions, and some additional listening sessions we're rolling out this year, and then our engagement with the state boards of pharmacy. So our Compounding Quality Center of Excellence is a large new initiative that was launched in 2019, and we're very excited about this initiative. Its overall goal is to really sort of shift our approach to a more engagement focused approach, and with the goal of improving and strengthening the quality of compounded drugs, primarily those made at outsourcing facilities. The flagship piece of this effort, as folks may know, is a large amount of training on current good manufacturing practice for outsourcing facilities and entities that wish to become outsourced to help elevate sector performance and improve product quality. These trainings also address other regulatory requirements as well. We've got both instructor-led training and self-guided web-based training, which I'll cover on the next slide. The other prongs of the Center of Excellence include research. We've been conducting market analyses to help sort of describe and get our hands around the current and future market and sector for outsourcing facilities, including potential market barriers. And we also are running an annual conference to bring together outsourcing facilities and other stakeholders in the ecosystem, and of course the agency to talk about key issues and best practices. And, stay tuned, more to come on this year's conference, which will be sometime in September of 2021. So just really wanted to highlight the current training offerings that are available now. I highly encourage anyone who's interested to reach out and seek to register. Again, our target audience are the outsourcing facilities, but if there are other compounders who are considering joining the sector and would like to benefit from this free learning, we strongly encourage you to try to sign up for courses. We have, so our instructor-led training, you can see courses here. We've got 4 GMP courses: environmental monitoring, sterile drug compounding, investigations in CAPA, and clean room. These began as actual in-person lab-based instruction. And we hope very much that we'll be able to get back to that model, once the pandemic permits it, which is obviously the best way to learn some of these topics, is to be in the lab. Since we can't do that right now, we are holding these courses virtually. We're still getting interest, folks signing up. So again, these are really great opportunities, and recommend you take advantage. They're about 8 courses each, with instructor-led learning all 4 days. We have self-guided web-based courses as well. They're also available now. These you can access them through our website. You can take them anytime. Anyone can take them, available freely to the public. And you can see the topics here that are covered. The first 2 provide, I think, a very useful broad overview of the regulatory framework for drug compounding, as well as information specifically for outsourcing facilities in terms of the requirements that apply to them. You can get CE for these trainings, both kinds. And we're also working on new courses this year, and we'll hopefully be rolling some of those out in the coming months. And our link here is below. You can navigate to all of the course availability through our Center of Excellence link here. This is just a little snapshot of statistics for our effort. We've been really proud about our ability to engage in this space. About 3/4 or almost 3/4 of outsourcing facilities have taken our trainings, 32 instances in total, and we've had close to 300 folks claiming credits for all the courses as well. So we think and hope this is a useful resource, and we encourage folks to take advantage of it. A few more words on the research getting conducted under the Center of Excellence effort as well. We last year and again this year are engaging in work to better understand barriers and opportunities encountered by outsourcing facilities, generally in 3 major areas: looking at the marketplace and business viability, looking at high-quality drug production / compliance with federal compounding laws and related regulations, and then also looking at FDA and outsourcing facility interactions. The methodology here includes, in addition to certain data analyses, discussions with outsourcing facility management and staff, as well as a survey sent to all registered outsourcing facilities. And the discussions in the survey we know are conducted through a third-party contractor that we've hired, Deloitte, so that all feedback can remain anonymous. So this is an appeal to participating in those outsourcing facilities on the phone today. We really would value your input through these mechanisms. Here's a look at some additional outreach activities. We will be holding our stakeholder listening sessions on drug compounding in June again. These are our tentative dates. Save the dates have gone out to the outsourced facilities and should be going out to other organizations shortly. We are also rolling out an initiative to engage in small group listening sessions with outsourcing facilities this year to try to get better penetration into the sector, to hear more voices, and to have conversations in a small group format to help dive into some issues that are relevant to the sector. We do a lot of work with state boards of pharmacy and with NABP. We are holding a series of listening sessions with state boards of pharmacy on the MOU. Those will be held sometime in April. We have an annual meeting with the 50 plus state boards of pharmacy in October. We will be doing that again this year, where we discuss issues related to oversight coordination, and we also really hear from outsourcing facilities and others about their views on state oversight and questions about potential discrepancies of the like. We take these issues that we hear from facilities during the listening sessions and we bring them to both NABP and the states when we engage with them. So we try to make that feedback loop happen as best we can. We meet with NABP monthly, more than monthly really, but we have at least monthly we meet with them to discuss issues. And we have direct engagement ad hoc with individual state boards of pharmacy as needed on specific topics. And that concludes my talk. And I believe, let's see, there might be a few minutes for questions, and I'm happy to take any that folks may have. I'll close my slide.
All right, Gaby, thank you very much. Okay, everybody, hang on. We'll get Gaby back.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I accidentally left the room. Can folks see and hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. I was just about to go looking for you.
Sorry, I pressed escape to exit slide and it took me out.
Great. I don't know if you can see the questions. There was also one regarding when does the MOU enforcement grace period end?
Yeah, I believe offhand it's October 27th of this year, but let me I can check and confirm that date for you. And I'm seeing a question regarding the term pharmaceutical grade. I would just point you to our final guidance on sanitary conditions. It's the best for just our general thinking about, the questions about ingredient quality. And I would also, you to, I think, some policy on bulks, and I'm trying to remember which one it is, but basically we explain as well, our thinking behind the term applicable monograph and why we consider applicable monograph to mean a drug monograph versus a dietary monograph.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions?
There's a question about MOU adoption by the states. So we've been encouraged by a good amount of dialogue and engagement from the states, questions, and desire to talk with us about elements of the MOU, and procedures and protocols. So I am, and as I mentioned, we're going to be having some small group sessions with us to discuss as well. I think there's a lot of interest and engagement. I know that others have been sort of polling states on this, but we don't have a final signature in hand yet for an MOU. I think we're really encouraged by the amount of interest we're seeing on the state side.
Okay. Anybody else? All righty then. Thank you so much for your time, Gaby. We really appreciate it. Excellent presentation as always. Just so everybody else knows, we're going to commence again in about 10 minutes in the tracks. So go over to the track sessions and then click on join a specific track and then make sure you click on join room again. All right. Thank you so much. We'll see you there shortly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so you are the co-host now.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oop. Hi, Lauren. I just went ahead and made
Hi.
you speaker.
Great.
I am your co-pilot here, so whatever you need, just let me know.
Awesome. Thanks, girl. Thanks, Whitney. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Okay. Put my camera on here. Okay, are we all set to go? All right, I'm gonna, okay. First time doing a virtual conference, so I think everyone is going to be, new at this. This is so cool though. So let me share my screen with you guys. Okay. Whitney, I just wanted to ask you a question if you can hear me. I want to share my screen, but will I be able to see myself on the video?
Yeah, you should be able to see yourself at the bottom still once you begin presenting, just like you are right now.
Okay, when I toggle over to the, to load on I'm using Google Slides, it actually just takes up the whole entire screen.
Oh,
But
actually, you know what? We did test that actually. That does happen when you do full screen mode, unless you want to do, I know the other version you can present in Google Slides. It's less cute, but
yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It is less cute, but
we can still see you though. You won't be able to see yourself, but we can see you.
okay, that doesn't matter. I don't have to see myself. I already look at myself enough.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna get started then if everyone is ready. Okay. Today, I will be talking about building business relationships for success in the good times and bad. And I know we can all attest that this past year, we've definitely experienced some bad. I mean, I think I can speak for all of us and say that unfortunately, it's been a lot of ups and downs. But how my motto is, challenges always, bring good. They teach us things. They, allow to make us stronger, better people. So that's how I, keep my mantra. So, okay, statements of disclosure. I have no conflicts of interest. Today, basically, I have 3 objectives that I want to cover with you all. The first one is to understand how new technology systems impede building relationships and how to get back to a personalized sales cycle. Identify the benefits of personal relationships and how to maintain them, and prepare to go back to basics, meaning mailing, faxing, emailing, and welcome kits, all the kind of like foundational marketing that, we can always go back to that's tried and true. I will circle, back to these slides, to the questions on this slide, but I'm just going to leave them there. That way, if you want to toggle back and forth, you can, we can go over it and, once we get to the end. All right, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Lauren. For those of you that don't know me, I'm from Naples, Florida. I work for Clinical Compound Pharmacy. We have been in business since 2009. I joined as the first employee back in 2010. So the pharmacy was established, in the later part of the year in 2009. So I was the first employee hired. And I can tell you after 10 years, it has been a wild ride, a lot of trials and tribulations, and a beautiful learning experience. It's actually put me in a place I never thought I would find myself in pharmacy compounding. Even when I took the job, my parents were like, what are you doing? And this has actually just been a career of a lifetime. I'm so grateful to have found this industry. It's a wonderful industry. Over the last 10 years, I have been a speaker, a teacher, a consultant. But one thing I like to always think of myself as a forever student. And that's why things like, this virtual conference is any time we have an opportunity to get together, whether it be in a large group like something like this or just one-on-one, you always have the opportunity to learn. And that is really what's made me be the best marketer and, representation of my pharmacy that I can be. Okay, I'm going to start off by, kind of tying in the tech. Obviously, we need technology. We're here. We wouldn't be able to do this today without technology. So I think the biggest thing to get across, even, before I start really diving into all the nitty gritty of this presentation is we need all forms of, communication. So I'm going to take you through a little story of my early days of marketing back when I, was just starting out. I came from a sales background, so I'm used to rejection. I'm used to, cold calling. But I can't say it gets easy after 10 years. I still get butterflies walking into an office. I still have butterflies today doing this. So that's okay. That's just, a natural reaction. But back in the day, I was heading into a big medical office, visiting an internal medicine, physician, smaller office. So, it wasn't as intimidating as some of those really large medical, buildings. I had all my little stuff prepped and my bag, and I was ready to go, and I was walking up the stairs, and, I was feeling the nerves, but I was, I do a lot of, obviously self-talk, and I'm like, you got this, Lauren, you can do this. You just have to go in, put a smile on your face, and just, go in there and ask to speak to the doctor. So, just as I open the door, I'm doing my final little mantra, self-talk, you got this. And I see another pharmaceutical rep right at the front. And it's like, could be a worse scenario. Like, of course, why would you want to go in and have another person in there trying to speak to the doctor? And of course, this representative must have, been a very established rep with that office. She was, going back and forth with the girl at the front. They were talking about their vacations. They were talking about lunch. They were talking about, they were girlfriends. They were friends. They were, they had an established relationship. And I almost thought, oh my gosh, this is not a good time to go in. I'm going to have to wait. Then I'm another rep. They don't know me. All the doubt went through my head at that moment. And I thought, you know what? No, I'm going to hold it out. I like people. Maybe I can find a way to get into the conversation, or, I'm going to go for it. So I go in, I take a seat, they're talking up a storm, and I'm waiting patiently, smiling. And unfortunately, this, as other reps might tell you, other marketers might tell you that it can be tough out there. People can be intimidating, and they get very territorial, even if you don't work in the same industry. So clearly this was a large pharmaceutical rep. We really probably were not, competing against one another technically, but this rep was very territorial, and she didn't like that there was someone else on her turf. She wasn't very welcoming. She didn't really want me to engage in the conversation. So I just waited patiently. And when she finally left, I popped up, and the girl at the front, facial expression completely changed. I became, I was a stranger danger, she didn't welcome me. So I, asked politely, if I could see the physician. I had some things that I think could help his patients, and she gave me a flat out no. And I walked out of the office with my little tail between my legs. But I had seen the relationship that previous rep had with this office. So I thought, you know what, it is possible. I still felt defeated. I, finished up my other calls for the day, and I drove back to the pharmacy, and I thought, I'm not going to give up on this one. They told me they did not use compounding. They were not interested. And they gave me all the no's. I went through all the questions, and I got all the no's. So I thought, you know what? No, I'm going to try to get to him another way. And I went on his website, and he had an email. And I thought, what the heck? I'll write him an email. I'll say I stopped by. So I wrote him an email. I thought, this is like, it's not even worth it, but whatever, I did it. About 5 minutes later, I get a direct email back from the physician. Apparently he gets the emails in the office. So it was literally sent to me. He said, thank you so much for coming. Sorry he wasn't able to see me. Please, he'd like me to come in and have a lunch with him. So moral of the story, you never know. Every form of communication is something that you should consider using. And that was just an example of how, obviously we want to go for that personal interaction, but technology came to my side. And now that doctor, I've been working with him for the last 10 years, and it's, he's a regular writer of my pharmacy. So that's just a little story for you to kind of give you some motivation when you're out there, to know that, if you get a no, it just means you're closer to your next yes. I think that's something that we've always said, you'll hear very frequently in sales and marketing talk. But that is just a motivational story for you to know that you should not give up, and you just never know what can happen. You just got to give it your all. So kind of segues me into talking about technology. Now, when I say in the beginning of my objections, to impede, I want to go into a little bit more detail of that. Obviously, we need technology. We are in the digital age. We are doing this conference today because of technology. It's something that this world cannot function without at this point, even your pharmacy. So I want to let you know I'm pro-technology. I'm not coming on here to say we need to go back to the Stone Age. We need to go back to having paper files, though I do have some physicians' offices that do still use paper files. So, but I want to, according to, the source at the bottom, this was found in the Connected Commerce Council through Deloitte. 85% of small businesses report that the digital tools they use have helped their business. I mean, that's a very high percentage of positivity using technology in your business, seeing success. More than 40% report customer growth. So yes, we need it. We need technology, but we need to be smart about how we use it. And obviously right now during a pandemic, technology is our aid. I mean, it is really helping us through this tough time right now, but we just have to think about how we use it. So things to keep in mind. Another one of my mantras is everything in moderation. We can put this, into food, into exercise, into screen time, into everything. I mean, you just need to have a balance. So too much of a good thing isn't always a good thing necessarily. And I believe that so much when it comes to technology. So you always need to have the goal of using technology to enhance your business. There is no reason to jump on the bandwagon. And I'll explain a little bit more about what I mean by that. So is it a help or a hindrance? Obviously, we know it's a help, but it can be a hindrance. So things that you want to consider when technology could actually impede you. Using multiple applications that essentially do the same thing. I will say that my pharmacy has been guilty of this. There has been a time where we have literally had like 3 applications that you can all fax on. So that means I'm paying for 3 applications that essentially do the same thing. So you have to be careful of that because a lot of these programs and applications and things that come out, they're multifunction. But we don't want to, be paying for something or get ourselves confused. You have faxes coming in from, all different sources. It can complicate things. So keep it simple.
Sorry, did Lauren just cut out for everyone else, or was that just me for like 5 seconds?
Oh, what happened? Did you lose me?
I lost you for 5. Maybe just repeat the last 15 seconds just in case.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I was talking about, can you hear me now? Am I good? Okay. Let me go back if you lost me. All right. I was basically talking about how technology, is it a help or a hindrance? Basically, our pharmacy was guilty at one point of having an application a fax application. We had 3 different applications that allowed us to use faxing capabilities. And it actually ended up being a hindrance because, first of all, we were paying for them and we were receiving faxes, coming through different applications, and it was getting complicated. So that's one thing to note. You just want to keep things super streamlined. Technology can obviously be distracting to workflow. How many times have you started to do, a task and you get a text message or you get an Instagram notification, and next thing you know, you're scrolling and you're looking at what you're going to, buy for dinner tonight. It can divert us. So we have to be aware of that too. Impersonal. It can be impersonal. It can be something that, you just are pushing information out, but you're not actually getting any information back. That's another thing to be aware of with technology. Misleading messages. We all want to look shiny. We all want to look great. Obviously, we talk about, different applications being a highlight reel, a highlight reel of our lives. We want to put out the best. But sometimes we might get overzealous with putting something out that we are not able to actually fulfill. And that can be a problem as well, too. Something to consider. Not all customers have the same accessibility. I can tell you I'm in Southwest Florida. The demographics of my area are, older. And luckily, a lot of these, this older population is tech savvy, but there are some that are not. So if you're going to go completely digital in your business, there might be a group of your customers that aren't going to be able to use that interface. So you have to be accessible to every type of patient, even though we think our world is moving, so much to technology. We have to be aware of that. Time consuming, like I mentioned before, you can get lost in doing, other things that take you away from your work, but also it's time consuming to actually make these posts, time consuming to put up good content. It can take a lot of time. And that can take away from other things that, you might need to put your priorities on in your business. Cost is another thing. Once again, like you don't want to jump on the bandwagon, get involved in all these different things if you don't know that you're getting, your ROI. All right, let's talk about how to use it wisely. So, I talked about some of the things that to think about, like the negatives, but it can be used wisely. We want to streamline applications. Like I said, what we ended up doing is ditching 2 of those fax applications, and now we just have 1. So much easier, so much better. I don't have to, have my staff going back and forth and having the, tendency to even lose something. So that's very important. Streamline, streamline, streamline. If you, want to use a couple different platforms to communicate with patients, luckily now some of them connect together. So find ways to streamline. Schedule a specific time to work on social media. So for me, my social media day is Friday. Fridays are slower days in physician offices. I mean, we know everyone's ready for the weekend. They're not really welcoming you when you want to come in with a new idea. So be smart. Fridays are the days that I like to do my videos. I make content. I work on any type of, social media or technology-based updates to the website. Anything digital is Friday's my digital day. Personalize your content to encourage your audience to connect with you. So believe it or not, I have some friends that are actually they're influencers. They have probably over 10 to 15,000 followers, even more on Instagram or Facebook. And their advice to me was do a giveaway, do surveys, do questions, interact with your audience. So that way you're not just pushing information and you're actually getting, some information back on what's working and you're getting people to interact with you. So currently I'm running a giveaway right now at my pharmacy for one of our products. It's a great way to get people involved and get, followership, people to follow your page and interact with you. What I talked about before, be aware of methods of digital communications your customers prefer. So for example, another example, I'd like to give you all the mistakes I've made in the past so you won't make them. But I had an application that we used for patients to get on and they were able to refill. For some reason, it was just very low usage with this application. Patients preferred to use our website. They preferred to call, and we had very low usership on this application. So we ended up, doing away with it, and it was a good decision because we were paying for that. So, get feedback, find out what's working. Look at usage reports, determine what you're going to do that's going to give you the best ROI. Okay, so the sales cycle, pandemic edition, obviously the technology, I wanted to kind of, bring this in full circle. It is important. We need it, especially now more than ever. But think about how to be smart about using it so you're going to get the most out of it to help your business grow, especially during a time where, we're restricted. So how can we keep our outreach personalized? Even though we rely on technology more than ever. So that's going to be my next segue into, kind of combining the two. Going back to my story with the physician, went in personally, ended up getting him through an email. So, we have to combine the two. So a personal connection will make the most lasting impression. Obviously, we know that. Make it a goal to have as much face-to-face, in-person marketing as possible. You're like, Lauren, how can I do that? We're locked down. We're living a life where it's incredibly different. This last year has been so eye-opening. Things that we didn't even think about, now we have to think about. I have a box of masks in my car now when I go out. I never had to think, oh my gosh, I need to grab my mask, or I have hand sanitizer in every little area of my bag, my console. These things they're part of our daily life now, but we have to make sure that we stay personal because it is very, very imperative to have those connections. So, I will give you kind of an idea. We'll move forward as I move forward of different ways that we can still keep it super personal. Get creative, really get creative, and don't be afraid to ask. That's one thing that I think we need to consider. You need to it's really important with communication, asking questions, knowing what do you feel comfortable with? What can and I can't do? And I'll tie more into that moving forward. So let's talk about examples of pandemic-friendly personalized marketing, because, hey, we don't know how long this is, going to be going on. So we have to adjust. We have to adapt. We can still do what we want to do. We can still, follow through with the goal, but we need to adapt. So this is actually things that I have done, or colleagues of mine that I've done. So I can tell you that there was success. First one, outdoor lunches. As representatives and marketers, I'm sure you've done some sort of luncheon with, a physician office, or a meeting with, a health center. Obviously, that's very common. But, with everything going on right now, I know there, at least in the beginning, you were not allowed to do that. You weren't even allowed in some offices. I am still actually not allowed in some offices. It just depends on the office. But I have had success actually now, back after it's been a year, going into doing lunches. So you can always ask to do outdoor. A lot of these health centers have picnic tables. You can even bring some tables to set up and have people come out. Even if you don't get the full office out, even if you set up a table outside, they might be able to come out, pick up a lunch, and at least you get to have some sort of like social interaction with them. For example, I have actually my brother, he works in the same industry as myself. He did a ice cream social, and he brought an ice cream truck to a health center and invited everyone to come out and grab an ice cream. And I can't tell you, it just boosted the morale of all the workers, of the physicians, the staff. They were so happy. It gave them a break. They had a chance to feel some normalcy again. And who doesn't love ice cream? I mean, come on. So that was a great idea, a good example. Obviously, we have access to food trucks now. That's a very popular thing that you could do. And it's just something different. It allows people to get out of the office, be outside. For anyone in the, cooler, obviously I'm in Florida, so of course I can do this all year round. But if you are in an area where you have colder temperatures, this would be something you could probably, consider doing in the spring and summer months. Meetings with limited people, that's another option. I had gone a couple times to meet with just the office manager or just the physician, even going through like the back entrance or somewhere where they, you're not where they didn't, if that's the protocol they have at their office, where you're not going to be, getting exposed. So there's options as that. Virtual lunches. I did a virtual lunch last week. I picked up the food, took it to the doctor's office, and then I jumped on Zoom with my pharmacist, and we had a virtual lunch with the physician. So that's another option. Hey, we're doing a virtual conference. Why not do a virtual lunch? Everyone is so used to this now, and it's a great opportunity where you can still connect personally. Another thing is if you are, experiencing like a much more lockdown situation, curbside pickup, that would be more for the patient. Obviously, being able to have that still human to human, contact, even if it's through a car window, you're actually able to see somebody and smile with your eyes. You can still smile with your eyes. Okay, so I'm going to now go into, yes.
Lauren, did you want to do questions at the end? Or
yes, I was going to do questions.
Okay.
I can't see the side screen because
I know. You had one from John and one from, no, it's okay because it went in the queue and you're still talking. So we can either hold them toward the end or we can pause, whichever you prefer.
You know what? Let me take them.
Okay.
Let me go back. I'll get out of this. So I don't want to get out of the whole thing. Okay.
I remember John was first and then someone else. Let me go back
Sorry,
to the attendees.
John.
And then I think his name began with an R, and I don't want to butcher it. But if you had a question, just raise your hand again, and I'll put you in the queue.
Please, I'm a talker, so Whitney has to flag me down here.
Let me. Okay, John is no longer in here, but if you had a question, just raise your hand again, and I'll unmute you. It was either Raju or Ronald, I feel like. I just unmuted you both, so I'm gambling. No questions?
I can go back to the end.
All right. We'll keep going. I'll keep a list and I'll flag them any.
Flag me if someone raises their hand. I wish there was a better way I could have this. I don't know if I can do it I mean, do you guys still see, is this,
Yeah, we can still see.
okay. That way I can see if they come through.
Okay.
It just goes, well, then the only thing is I wish I could put this, hold on one second. Okay, let me see if I can get, I'm just sorry to do this in the middle of the thing, but that way if I see them come up too. Okay. Okay. Okay, I can see, now if they're going to raise their hand, where will it indicate to me, Whitney?
I don't know if you see that option. You don't see the little hand at the bottom, do you?
No.
Oh, it's okay. So it's just on my end though. So when it happens again, I'll make sure I keep a list and I'll put in the chat that we've got some questions.
Okay. I'm glad I have questions. Like, hey, great. Awesome. Okay. All right. Let me jump back in here. So I basically kind of gave you the before we get into the real nitty gritty of like the sales cycle, building the relationships, maintaining the relationships, how to go out and do sales. But because we're in this new way of life, pandemic life, I wanted to talk about the pandemic first so we can keep these things in mind as we move, as we move through these next slides to talk about, the sales cycle, et cetera. So the first thing is the sales cycle, discover methods to effectively reach physicians. So basically, I'm going to start with talking about physicians first. I always focus on the triad, which we all know, being in this industry, obviously the patient, the physician, the patient, and the pharmacist. But we're going to start with the physician, because we need them to send the prescriptions, obviously, to get business. At least in my pharmacy, I know everyone has different types of models. I am a compounding only pharmacy, so I do not have any commercial or retail products. So for me, this is very crucial. I need these physicians. I need them very much so. So the first thing is the easiest thing for you to do. Now, this is going to be if you're really starting from zero, but at the same time, these foundational techniques are something that you're going to be able to jump back to. When I find myself getting, too far into something or just kind of too far out, I always go back to these foundational needs. That's why they're crucial. No matter how advanced your business is, no matter if you basically have robots running your store, these foundational things are going to keep you stable. This last year personally was very, like I said, for everyone, I think I can assume this rocked our world. This put a lot of challenges on our business. We definitely went through some things. So I'm at the time right now where I am literally going back to this and just thank gosh that I have these things in place. So, okay, we want to organize our physicians into specialties. That's very important. So you're going to identify the physicians in your area. How are you going to do that? Well, you got your online searches, you have any hospitals or big, large, health networks in your area. They're going to have access to all their physicians. So that's a great place to go. Organize them into specialties: internal medicine, urology, dermatology, you get it, pediatrics. You want to keep everything very, very streamlined and easy to understand, because that's going to help you, market more efficiently. Make a plan. Know who you are targeting and what you will promote, and be prepared. So for example, let's go back to when I went to visit the internal medicine physician. I didn't go in with a dermatology sheet. He might write a couple topical creams for skincare, for skin, but I went in with a very tailored, information for that specific area of medicine. I know there's going to be cross-selling. I know that in different areas of medicine, physicians might use, some of the same things, but the easier that you can make it for them is the better. And, I'll obviously talk more about that when we move forward. Oopsies. Oh gosh, look what I'm doing here. Okay, discover methods to effectively reach physicians. And some of the things which I talked about, when I was referring to the pandemic, kind of addition, but face-to-face sales calls, luncheons. Obviously, we're doing these things different now because we're in a different way of life. Social media, email. Hey, I got the physician through the email. Social media is another great one. Obviously, a lot of physicians have Instagram, Facebook. Why don't you friend them? I've done that even with my pharmacies page on Instagram. I have friended a lot of these physicians, and now I have them following me. It's a follow for a follow. So it's awesome. And then I might be able to expose information to them, not in a, overwhelming, aggressive way, but just if they're seeing this content, that's almost just as valuable as me going into that office, So you want to hit them with all different things. Phone and fax, medical meetings, events, sponsorships, which we're starting to do again, which, things are going to start, moving forward, which is great. Obviously, we always have the ability to do virtual. And a lot of these conferences and different, things, educational things are going to be virtual now, which is wonderful. In a way, it has its advantages because physicians can be in the comfort of their own home. They don't have to travel. There's a lot of positives to it. I know we do like in person, but hey, we're going to take everything that we can get. I have a picture of myself here. This was actually at a conference. I brought a hormone practitioner with me. It was awesome. We had about 3 days. I was with her one-on-one. I was really able to, learn who she was. She was able to learn me. We built a relationship. We built a connection by doing that, which was super, super cool. And obviously we were, in our industry, and she learned a lot. So that is a benefit. If you have the opportunity to do that, I strongly suggest doing it. It's awesome. Okay, discover methods to effectively reach physicians. We're just going to continue on with this. Take time to learn about the physician you are marketing to. This can help you better connect and leave a lasting impression. So let me talk about my Philly pretzel story. I am from Philadelphia. I love Philly pretzels. They're so good. If you have ever been there, it's like our staple food. And there was a new physician that had a urologist that had moved into town. And one thing I will tell you that's a great tip, always research your physicians. Go on their page. A lot of the times they have a bio. It'll tell you where they went to school. It'll tell you, basically, you can kind of figure out where they were from. So I had looked up this urologist, and all of his schooling was done in Philadelphia. I think he was from like South Philly, maybe Jersey area. And I'm like, wow, this is such a wonderful opportunity. I'm going to use this to my advantage because people like to talk about themselves. So let's, take advantage of that. So at the time we had it's the name of the store, Philly Pretzel Factory, actually down here in Naples. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to go in to see this physician and I'm going to bring him Philly pretzels. I ended up taking the pretzels in. When I went to the office, of course, do you think they welcomed me with open arms? No, they did not. They were like, get out of here. But I was like, no, please just, will you take these back to Dr. Colton and let him know that I'm here from, Clinical Compound Pharmacy. They took the pretzels back, and this doctor was literally, was smiling from ear to ear. He said, Lauren, I cannot believe that you brought these. He's like, I have been down in Florida for, a few years now, and I've missed my pretzels so much. It just, it broke the ice. It was a personal little touch that really went a long way. And it was just some pretzels. I know it's just like some bread. It's like, it's just amazing how something so small can really go a long way. So think about that. At that point, this doctor was working with another pharmacy. And I feel like the connection that we made that day, he actually started sending business to us because he saw that, I was a real person and, we just had some things in common. And even if you don't, obviously being in this industry, we're connected with people all over the country. It just so happened that prescriber was from an area that, I grew up in and I knew very well. But if you go through and you read, a lot of them they're moved all over the place. You might have a friend that lives in another part of the country that you can connect, or you've traveled somewhere where they have been. So just, you'd have to use all these little tips and tricks, and in a genuine way. Like I'm telling you, use this in a genuine way to really connect with people. It definitely breaks the ice. Always ask questions. I think we have a tendency to go in because we're nervous and just spit out our information. We go in and we just want to say like, we have this, this, and this, and this, and this is how you send the script. And I've done it. You're nervous. You don't like silence. You don't like the pauses. It's very awkward. I understand. Believe me, I understand. I'm a talker. So yes, I have a tendency to overtalk when I'm nervous, but ask questions. You may uncover an opportunity to better serve the practice. Sometimes people need time to think. They need to take a moment to think in their head, wait, what do I need? And that's an opportunity where you don't want to interrupt that process. So ask a question. Don't be afraid of silence. It's okay. Educate instead of sell. I think that we have a hard time. Sometimes people are very turned off by the sales approach. I try to go in more as like an educator and something. I have a resource for them. I have a way to better help their patients. Not I want their patients to buy this. Not I want their scripts. No, I have a way to educate, and I have a way to give the doctor a tool to get a better patient outcome. That's what I think of when I go in. Listen, 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 listen. Listening is so important. I, always go to, Dale Carnegie has a big thing about listening. It's very important to listen. I was just at a lunch last week with a physician, and I asked him a few questions, and, he really had opened up and was able to talk, and my pharmacist and I were just active listeners, and it was wonderful. We got a lot out of that lunch, a lot of good personal connections because we listened. We really didn't talk that much, and that was cool. So that's something to consider. Okay, now we're going to talk about the patients. Obviously, those are going to be your tools to get out and get those physicians in the door. Your prep and things little tips and tricks that you can use to really connect with that physician when you're going into the office. But the patients are very important too. Obviously, they're our customers, they're our business. So how are we going to get these patients? Well, you have current patients at your pharmacy. They're already familiar with you. They trust you. Those are great people to go to when you're going to, bring out a new service or talk to them about other areas of medicine, that you might be able to help them, expanding your services. Your local community is a great way to reach patients, your local organizations and their groups, and health centers. Now, like I said, with the pandemic, we're going to be dealing with things a little differently, but that's okay. We're going to follow protocols. We're going to stay safe, and we're going to still be able to get out to these patients and get out to these areas and be in our community in the way that, whatever, to meet the protocols that are in place to protect everyone. Okay, other ways to meet patients: newsletters, websites, social media, emails, blogs. I know there are some people here at this conference that have been doing this for, 15 years. They are just aces at this. They're amazing at this. They probably have a huge following because they've implemented these things with their patients years ago. I'm a little newer at this, but I will tell you that it does. It's wonderful to be able to reach out to patients, and these are just other areas that you can reach to them without, them when they're outside of your pharmacy. So local events, local publications, sponsorships. We've done many times where we've sponsored little events and different things in our community, and it's a great way, especially with compounding. This industry, most people don't know what compounding is. We're not a big box store. They're not going to come in and buy shampoo, at least in my pharmacy. So I really need to get out to my community, and I really need to educate them, because you never know when you're going to need a compound. You never know when you're going to need a compound, or a loved one's going to need a compound, or your pet's going to need a compound. You want to get the awareness out. So that's how you're going to do it to your general patient population. Okay, it's important to make each patient feel special. This goes a long way. Excellent customer service goes a long way. Let me give you a story about a competitor pharmacy, which, their competitors are popping up all over the place. And that's just, what it is. It's just part of business. And it's a shame, because you're thinking, oh man, just when I finally got settled, I got another competitor in my area. Just don't get comfortable, because they're always going to be out there, and everyone's going after business, and that's just the way it is. But this will allow you to offer better service to your patients and keep, retention. So, for example, we had a patient, she unfortunately didn't have a good experience with another local pharmacy in the area. She, just wasn't handled well, didn't feel like she was treated well. And, she ended up doing a Google search and finding us. And now she's been a lifelong patient, which is really cool. So customer service is huge. When I'm in the pharmacy, I really listen to how my technicians and how my reception staff and my pharmacists talk to patients. It's very, very important. It goes a very long way. You can literally turn someone's day around. There's been times where I've been talking to patients, and I can tell they're stressed about something and they're upset. They're dealing with their health, and sometimes news about health isn't always good. But we can really turn their day around and make a lasting impression on them, and that's huge. Like I said, ensure your staff is trained properly and receives ongoing, evaluation and training. I know some pharmacies will do recorded phone calls. They will really go above and beyond to evaluate staff and make sure that every customer is, being given like number one customer service. Like I said, I spend time in the pharmacy watching, listening, looking at situations, how we can be better and just give ultimate customer service. Consistency. Okay. So we're going to go back to, just in general physicians and, patients. So we want to talk about main 10 or 15 physicians. Wonderful. But what if they only send one prescription? We want them to be constantly sending. We want them to really look at you as a resource and feel comfortable with you and just know, like I have a good amount of physicians that they just know, I'm going to send the clinical compound. They're going to take care of it. So how do we maintain these relationships? And this is huge. This is huge because now we are in a time of uncertainty. So when it's a time of uncertainty, people get scared. People need a safe place. They need a trustful place. They need to feel like they're going to be taken care of. So keep that in mind during, time of pandemic. So let's go back to the physician. We're going to go back to how we're going to maintain these relationships with our physician. Don't be afraid to ask your physician what type of follow-up they prefer. That's very crucial. I was just at a lunch the other day and I said, Dr. So-and-so, I need to get this pricing information to you. How would you like me to do it? He said, I'd like you to go to my MA and I'd like you to meet with her. Great. I ask another one, you can email me. Some doctors will say, here's my number, text me. You never know, but you need to ask. You can't just assume that you'll get another meeting with them. You can't just assume that you'll leave it at the front with the girl at the front. A lot of these offices, some of them are large. Some of them have, 20 employees. You asking questions is huge. Find out how they want to be, communicate it with. That's big. Once you establish a relationship, you'll get a feel for how much, each office requires. And that's important. You have some, like perhaps you have, let's talk about like a hormone prescriber. They might need a lot more help. I've had a couple practitioners that have just started into doing like functional medicine, bioidentical hormones, and they need a lot of hand holding. They need a lot of time with my pharmacists. They need, they need constant communication. Then you have other offices. They really don't want to be bothered. Once a month, hey, I need forms. Cool. They're active. They have a very busy office. They need forms. They need map pads. They need brochures. Great. Hey, doc, I have this. Just want to let you know. Awesome. Cool. You have to weigh it out. You have to ask. You have to prioritize based on the information that you get back. More is not always more. Going to 20 offices a day doesn't mean you're going to get 20 prescribers. Spending a quality time with 2 or 3 offices you might triple the amount of prescriptions you would get going to 20 offices. So it's quality over quantity. Just always keep that in mind. Focus on, receptive and active physicians as well. If you go into an office and you've tried every way to communicate with this office and they're telling you no, or maybe they're using another pharmacy, or, I'm not saying give up because I don't give up, but I'm saying take your energy and put it on someone that wants to use you. They're like, hey, I want to use you. I want to know more about your services. Someone that's receptive. Use your time and energy wisely. Okay, so multiple methods to stay in touch. We're going to kind of, go back on this. This is where I'm going to go back into the foundational methods of communication. So fax blasts, thank you cards, huge. A handwritten thank you note. Oh my gosh, does that even exist anymore? Huge. Make someone's day. Make them smile. Newsletters, the prescribing process. Make it simple for your physician. A lot of us have our forms out, our price lists, whatever. I know in compounding we don't have tangible items. I don't get to go in and leave samples. I don't have very fancy, little cards and things. But simple is sometimes overcomplicating things isn't always better. Keep it simple. Make it easy for them. They're not going to just write a drug name. They're going to maybe write out a long formula. So find ways to make it easier for them to write. Like I said, prescription forms, any types of cards you can leave with formulas on there. A lot of them are using the e-prescribe now. So they're not actually handwriting out prescriptions or faxing anymore. I've even had offices where I will go in and sit down with the person that their tech person that inputs formulas into their e-prescribe and actually sit down with them for an hour and help them input these formulas. So like I said, don't be afraid to ask. And, you need to make it easy for them. Also, don't be afraid to ask for referrals. That's huge. That's huge. Referrals are huge. That can help you a lot. Okay, track your results. That's another thing that's very important. You want to make sure that you are looking at your prescription reports, using your time wisely, finding the most efficient way to touch. Like I said, is it a fax blast? Is it going in the office? You will start to get the feedback, and then you can assess on what offices, how they prefer your information. Consider your time and travel costs as well. Hello, we don't want to be wasting gas pedaling around. We don't want to be wasting time. Like I said before, maybe 2 or 3 good calls versus 20 calls. Maybe on days when you want to outreach to a lot of offices, those are times that you're going to use a fax blast, or you're going to email, especially if they're a little further out of your territory. It's something to consider. So once again, simple, simple, simple. We want to focus on keeping our message simple. Most of the time, these offices are busy. They're moving quick. They're moving fast. They got 20 patients in the waiting room. They're behind. Now we're in COVID time, so it's even more, higher levels of stress in these offices. Keep it simple. Get to the point. That will make you much more successful. Okay, now let's talk about the patients. A patient outreach program. This is going to help you get feedback from your patients. You're going to help to retain your patients, keep them happy, keep them continuingly to use your pharmacy. So basically, you can do it. Some pharmacies will hire an outside company. With mine, we actually had a person hired that we did this in-house. They would pull the prescription reports, call 30 days out, check in with patients. So that's important. That's a great service to reach out and, connect with your patients and make them feel secure, make them feel, that they matter, make them feel special. Birthdays, special pharmacy programs, holiday hours, refill reminders, you have to get out, information to your patients. That's another way to do it. Medication follow-up program. That's another one. I actually had a story of another great story. I have many stories throughout the years. A patient was applying a topical pain medication with a cotton ball. And we called up to find out how she was doing. She said, it's not working. It's not working. Okay, ma'am, I'm so sorry to hear that. What happened? How are you applying it? With a cotton ball. So she wasn't actually rubbing the cream in. She was just, So we fixed the problem. She could have went back to her doctor and said, this doesn't work, doctor. I don't want this. I wasted my money on this cream. But we were able to solve the problem because we followed up. So that's very important, the follow-up process with your patients. Okay, we're still going. Identify how to build and maintain relationships with physicians and patients. Strong and knowledgeable customer service. I can't stress that enough. Easy to order. Fast turnaround time. Everyone wants everything yesterday. And I know that puts that stress on us, but we have to streamline things in our pharmacy. Go into your lab. Is there ways that you can batch ingredients? Is there ways that they can make processes so they can make a medication faster? It's just, this is the age where people literally want it now. I mean, come on. We have Amazon where something will arrive to your house tomorrow. So this is just the times. I know we are doing handcrafted medications. I know that we have to let patients understand that, but we need to be efficient and we need to be fast, and that's going to help our business. Professional packaging and labeling, medication consistency and quality. These are all things that are going to help retain your business, and you need to focus on. You need to continuously check, have policies in place to make sure that you are at the top of your game. Patients can be a marketing tool to obtain and strengthen business. That's something to consider. Patients are your best advocates. They have a good experience. They're going to tell their friends. I mean, when you go eat at a great restaurant, you tell everyone the food was great. You post a picture on Instagram. I mean, use that to your advantage. Positive patient outcomes are essential to your pharmacy's growth and success. 100%. We want people happy. Now, are we going to make everyone happy? No, not all the time, but we're going to sure as heck try. So that just needs to be, always in our heads. Just want to go through a couple takeaways. Technology can be a huge asset to your business when used efficiently. 100%. We would not be here today without technology. This is so wonderful. I was so excited to be able to do this. I know I would love to be in person, seeing everyone, smiling, shaking hands, hugging. I'm a hugger. But, this is still a wonderful way to feel connected. So we need technology. We really need it. And I will say, even in my personal experience, I have friends all over the country that I have met through social media that I've never met in real life. I actually have a friend right now who lives in Canada. She's like a pen pal. It's like a pen pal. We met through an exercise group that we were in, and now we literally talk every single day. So it's definitely a way that we can connect, and we need to use it, like I said, to our best ability. It can be a huge resource for us, but don't let it impede you. Think about how to use it wisely. Utilize multiple communication methods to develop and maintain. So, obviously, you want to maintain your physician business, but remember to keep the connection personal. Remember the pretzel story. Don't forget about that Philly pretzel. If you never had one, I suggest you try one because they're awesome. But, like I said, keep it personal. Ask questions. Listen. Those things are so important. People like to talk about themselves. It's just, come on, we know this. So use it to your advantage. Develop strong customer service to ensure patient satisfactory. I can't speak enough about customer service. Obviously some people are going to have bad days. It's just part of life. We all go through struggles, but your staff, everyone, they can't bring it to work. They have to check it at the door because our patients are calling. You never know the status of a patient. They might have just got some bad news. So we need to give it our all and give our, top-notch customer service. If you find yourself stuck, go back to basics. Seriously, go back to basics. Like I said, this year has been, a transformation for me. A lot of challenges. I had a baby during the pandemic. I had a pharmacist that left that opened a competing store. We had a lot going on. Pandemic. Most of my colleagues that I talk to, they're down right now. But you know what we're going to do? I've started to do it. I just said, how am I going to get back to what I know that works? And that's foundational marketing. That is just using the tools, things that you know that work. So always consider back to basics when you feel lost or you get overwhelmed. Just streamline back to basics. What can change and learn how to be adaptable? That is huge. The whole last year, adapt to new living, and we need to change. I am the type of person I'll say I'm a stubborn. I don't necessarily love change. I like stability. I like feeling safe and comfortable. But if you don't love change, you're not going to get better. So like I said, it's been such a year for me personally in our business. I welcome it, and I'm happy I'm doing it because it's working. The more you that's what I go back to the thing when I said forever. I'm forever. We are all forever students. That's why I'm here today. That's why we're at this circle. I was on this all here, and I'll talk to somebody, and I'll come and I'll talk to something. And I'm like, oh, God, you taught me something. So it's the beauty of this, getting together, share ideas, and help help people. And really also to help health in general. So just my takeaways. I'll open everything with questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone here. I appreciate this whole platform. This is a wonderful opportunity. As I said, Vivian and her team have put together something so cool, and I'm really proud of them, and I think this was awesome. Let's put up to questions. If you want to ask me personally, email there too.
Savannah. Yeah, I used to work.
Right.
I used to work with your brother. It's literally a small world. But,
oh my God! Are you kidding me?
No, it's insane.
That is so cool.
Thank you so much for your presentation. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand in the little icon below. And I want to let you guys know, I don't know if this room is going to start right at 1:20. There's a pre-recorded session, so I hope you won't get cut off, but we might. But maybe just drop your contact info in the chat, just like you did on your slide, if anyone has any follow-up questions. And yeah, let me stop talking in case anyone else wants to say something.
I can't believe that you know which was John or Greg.
John, yeah.
Oh my God, what a small world. That is so
It's
funny.
literally so insane. This is crazy.
I can't believe it. Yeah, I'll put my email in here for everyone. Are you still in Savannah?
No, I'm in Jersey.
Okay, so you know about Philly pretzels then, right?
Well, you know.
Well, now you do.
Now I
So you'll
do.
get one. It depends. Well, it's more of a Philly thing, but some South Jersey people,
Well, now I
they
have
know.
to go get one.
You'll have to get one. I hope I didn't hype it too much. I probably hyped it too much. Dude, that was when I said don't do that. But I know I really love them. I really love. It's like it's I don't know. I'm glad there's not one here because I would be I would take up this whole screen if I had access to a Philly pretzel shop every day. They're so good.
Well, besides the pretzels, it was a very great presentation. Thank you for all the knowledge you dropped. Oh, wait, we have somebody who raised their hand.
Yay.
Tony. Here we go, Tony. Let me just make sure I unmute you. Or can he? Now I don't even see him. Like, what happened? Okay. All right, no more Tony.
Bye, Tony. Sorry.
Okay. So when done, everyone leave the room. Okay, so we have to leave the room. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Guys, I appreciate it.
Hey, my name is Greg McKettrick. I am a compound
Hi, hi, Darshan. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Hello?
you.
Oh, you
Great.
can.
So, Whitney, can you please take over and make sure the video is working and everything?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
I was just talking to Whitney to make sure that
Oh, okay.
your videos and everything is working.
She just left.
Okay, I'll call her back.
And Rachel just joined. And Mike just left. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, you can ignore that.
Okay.
Hey, Whitney, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so there was some issue going on with Darshan. Was not able to join the room, so now he's here. If you want to test something out, you can.
Okay. Are you able to present, Harshan?
I'm trying to present. Here, let me show you my screen.
Sure.
Whitney, can I leave and check other rooms?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whitney, can you see my screen?
I see it.
Okay.
All the eyes are on you.
Awesome. So my question is, how do I actually enter the right room? Because I'm not seeing my room to enter. That's really where I
You're
was.
you're actually in the room, so you're.
Oh, good. So I don't have to worry about it. That's what I was
No.
worried about. Because there was like a join now option that I just didn't see from my room, and that was worrying me.
Oh, I see. Well, you're in the right place now.
Well, now I'm feeling good. I feel taken care of. Thank you.
Good. You're welcome.
I did discover that when I popped my slides over, they did not transfer the way I wanted them to. So things that were actually moving objects are now suddenly
Oh,
pictures.
that's annoying.
Well, it's
I
worse than
have
mine.
I have a PDF version of your.
No, that's not going to help. It's the same
Okay.
thing.
Oh,
But thank you.
you're welcome. Well, we get the concept. We see, we can imagine the rocket.
It's not the rocket that's the problem. It's the content. But thank you.
Okay.
Here we go. What time do I start now?
You can start now. Session started at 2:45, but if you wanted to kind of just wait, you are more than welcome, but you're also more than welcome to start if you'd like to.
Give me a couple minutes.
Sure.
I just want to make sure this all plays itself out properly.
Okay.
I don't want to go in there with problems. Okay. Give me just 1 second. Okay. I'm ready to go live actually now.
Okay. It's all on you.
You'll tell me when I'm live?
Yeah. You can go ahead and start.
Hey everyone. Great to have you on. I am my name is Darshan Kulkarni. I am principal attorney at the Kulkarni law firm. I'm starting to what I wanted to create was more of an engagement, a type of discussion around compliance, fraud, and your outsourced sales teams. And what I wanted to get into was what are the most common mistakes that people make, and what has the Department of Justice been going after because of the mistakes that are being made. So let's start with the typical and usual disclaimers. This is not intended to be legal advice. It's not intended to be clinical and medical advice. And it's not, and it's intended for educational purposes only. So let's sort of take a 50,000 foot view, if you will. And the big 50,000 foot view, as we all know, is kind of obvious, if you will. And I know I can see Abhinav and I can see Lauren, I can see Rachel all on there. So feel free to jump in, ask questions. I'd love to, are you guys muted, or would you guys, I don't know if I can actually make you guys talk. No, apparently I can't. But if you guys have questions, feel free to private chat me. I think apparently I might be able to respond to that. We'll see. What I like to do is I like to keep it engaging. I like to have conversations go back and forth. The two big areas that pharmacists sort of trip over themselves, especially in the marketing world and in the sales world, is in the bribing and in the copay areas. And the good news is that everyone knows you shouldn't be bribing people, right, Jody? We shouldn't be bribing people. But the truth is that it's not as simple as one might think, because people are thinking about bribing in a very sort of quid pro quo. I will give you $50 for every prescription that you write from me. It's sometimes not as obvious as that, and sometimes it's people think that they're being really smart by coming up with these alternative arrangements. And if you're creating these alternative arrangements, that may not always work out. Yes.
Sorry, just to interrupt. I don't know if everyone saw my message. We've got an intimate group here, so I just unmuted everyone. So everyone should be able to engage if you'd like.
That would be wonderful, actually. Abhinav, can you talk?
If anyone wants to try, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to try it out.
Oh, hi.
Lauren, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm going to guess people are quiet today.
No, I heard Lauren. I heard Lauren speaking.
I can't hear either one speak. That's odd.
What? Everyone's unmuted. You're unable to hear everyone?
I can hear you fine, but no one else.
Can someone else try speaking just to see?
Yeah, I'll speak. It's Lauren.
Hey, Lauren.
Oh, good.
I can hear you now.
Me? Nice.
I can hear you now.
All right.
Perfect. So, Lauren, your presentation was excellent, and we're going to
gosh. Thank you. I'm glad. I didn't know, kind of, this is a whole new thing for me. So it's like semi-winging it, hope this works. This present, it's all good things to make us stronger and better at our business.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you about learning, winging it, and doing things right. The key part is winging it in the places where it's appropriate to wing it.
Absolutely. Yes, I don't want you to think I'm going into things blind. I'm not. Winging it with a lot of safety nets and following rules and directions. Yeah.
Exactly. So, Lauren, I know you work for a pharmacy. Did I remember correctly? I think I heard you say that.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
And are you full-time with them, or are you contract?
Full-time.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the other people? Abhinav, Jill, you guys are unmuted, so I'm guessing that you can talk. So are you guys, do you own your own pharmacy, or do you act as marketers in the pharmacy?
Can you hear me?
I can hear someone.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, this is Jill Gagnon. I just wanted to mention I'm a clean room supplier, so I'm kind of just learning about my clients today.
Very cool. So hopefully we'll talk about some of the things that can go wrong and where your clients might be going wrong. Bradley, can you hear me? Maybe not.
Oh, okay, he's
coming back on. We can see live here.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley, can you hear us?
Yep.
So are you a pharmacist? Do you work in a pharmacy?
Yeah, I own a pharmacy.
You own a pharmacy, so you're a pharmacist then?
Yes.
Excellent. Where'd you graduate from?
University of Michigan.
Okay, very cool. I graduated from the Philadelphia College of Pharmacy, so welcome fellow pharmacist, I guess. But I guess my owning your own pharmacy, what are the key like do you do your own marketing, and do you have other people do it for you?
I have sales reps.
You have sales reps, okay. And do you have any kind of training program for them?
Yes.
Very cool. So we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like. Anyone else want to talk about their experiences? Do you do your own pharmacy? Do you do your own marketing maybe?
Are you talking to me?
To anyone. We've got a small intimate group, so I figure we can have a conversation.
Well, it's Lauren. As you know, yes, I do my own marketing. I act as the marketer for my pharmacy, and we had sales reps, a few of them, throughout the years. Right now.
And what happened,
No.
Lauren?
Just to be honest, many of you know during the pain, I hate to call it the pain time, but when the pain creams were, that time.
Is this in the before times?
Yes, this is called the prehistoric time, the before times. We had some, a few reps out there, and then once, we didn't get coverage on the creams anymore, we went back to a cash model. So I had about 3 reps out there, but just with times, and a couple of them moved on to take, another job. It's, not for, obviously the industry's been impacted by the pandemic and different things like that. So I'm down to 3 reps right now.
And how do you train them?
I take them through a sales, basically a sales training, I don't want to call it a course, but they do ride-alongs with me. I take about a week to actually train them, and then ongoing training through, whatever visual aids or marketing materials that I'm using. But I do a lot of when I did train them, actual, how do I want to say, in-person training where they're actually with me, shadowing, that type of stuff. That's how I would go about training them.
Right. So when you're training them, you're really talking to them about how they can do sales right. How often do you get into what mistakes can they make in terms of compliance or legal? Or is that not a core component?
That is, because especially during the time, like we said, it's the before time, during that pain time, we were very, very careful with what they would say, what they would be allowed to do, what they would be allowed to leave, marketing materials, etc. I had to be extremely, extremely careful and strict about protocols when they were out marketing. As of now, we're back to a cash model. So I'm not dealing with, insurances and things like that anymore, but still there's a lot of legality, that we have to assess often. We have to have a lot of conversations and require a lot of feedback from our sales reps, depending on situations or things they're asked, or, it's always ongoing.
Yep. And I think it's important to distinguish the reason why it matters whether it's a cash model or not. And the big reason is, and I'm sort of getting to the punchline, but if the government is paying, the government's looking over your shoulder. They want to make sure that their money's going to places where it should. So there have been major problems with that in the past. And we're going to talk about some of those problems and some of those examples of those problems. So going to a cash model helps from a legal compliance perspective, but it doesn't necessarily get you completely off the hook, because there are other organizations, government organizations like the DOJ and the OIG that might still have something to say about what you're saying. Also, there's the FTC and the FDA as well. So this is completely not on the slide side, but because you mention it, have you heard of the FDA's bad ad program? Lauren?
I haven't.
You haven't? Okay.
Actually, no.
Fair enough. No, and again, it's one of those things that a lot of people just simply aren't aware of. And the bad ad program really targeted pharmaceutical companies for the most part. The idea was that pharmaceutical companies would go in and their sales reps would say things that were inappropriate in terms of it didn't meet the clinical standards for evidence, or they were hiding the risks, etc. But what they really did using that methodology was they quote unquote deputized the physicians and pharmacists and everyone else to understand what you can and cannot say about drugs. The funny thing is that a lot of those components associated with the bad ad program are being carried over into things like compounding. And it becomes an opportunity for the FDA to sort of share its learnings across one division into other divisions. So from CDRH into the compounding area of the FDA. So just something to consider as you are continuing to train your people. What I want to start off with by doing is maybe talking a little bit about the core laws that come into play, especially when you're talking about Medicare and Medicaid billing. So the key laws that come into play is the False Claims Act, which is the FCA, the Anti-Kickback Law, which is AKL, and the Civil Monetary Penalties Law, that's CMP. There are also state laws that come into play, and when you're talking about state laws that come into play, the key piece there is that what your state allows for is something you have to consider. So, for example, does your state allow for your marketing reps to walk out without being licensed? And that actually may, if you are a quote-unquote manufacturer, according to the definition of the State Board of Pharmacy, you may need to register your sales reps. Now, the question is, as a compounding pharmacist, are you a manufacturer or are you a pharmacist? Becomes a question of, well, which one are you doing? If you're a 503A, very clearly you may not meet that definition of manufacturer unless that definition is a little wonky. On the other hand, if you're doing 503B compounding, that may very well change. So something to keep in mind as you are training your people. And then there's the last component, which is exclusion and disbarment. And the key component there is that if certain individuals have been excluded by your by OIG or by HHS, you are required by law to actually not enable them to be part of your facility if it does any kind of state or federal billing. And that becomes hugely problematic because the penalties there are pretty severe as well. So you are required to do background checks and the like. Something to keep in mind. Now, this becomes even more complicated when you start considering things like, in many cases, you have explicit requirements saying that people in your pharmacy do not use products that are without a prescription that are banned under federal laws. Well, what happens if you're dealing with individuals who are using cannabis? And that becomes a huge concern when you're in their training program. So these are just some of the issues, and I recognize it doesn't all fall into fraud, but the implications are on fraud. And I just want you to keep them in mind as you are both hiring people, training people, and enabling people to talk to physicians on your behalf. All of this really flows around a core component known as fair market value, and whether you're paying, and Sunshine Act doesn't really apply in the case of pharmacy, but whether it's the False Claims Act or whether it's the Anti-Kickback Law, are you paying too much for something? Is the government paying too much for something that they shouldn't be? And that's really the question that comes about. So what is fair market value? It's one of those things that no one really has a clear number on because there is no clear number. I'd actually taken a friend of mine who works in the Department of Justice and asked her, well, do we want to talk about what is a clear fair market value for, say, a pain cream? And her thing was, well, it depends on who you are. How have you done that assessment? I'm not going to sit here and tell you what is fair market value because that can change. The types of resources you use to figure this out will change. So if you are the largest compounding pharmacy in the country and you're making millions and millions of dollars worth, well, maybe you should do a better job in figuring that out than if you're a mom and pop store and you're making a good faith effort going, you know what, this is what my competitors are charging. Maybe there's a little bit more of a detailed, a little bit less of a detailed discussion we can get into. But here's here's some definitions that have sort of come out. The IRS basically comes out and says it's the price that a hypothetical buyer and seller are assumed to be able to pay, basically. So hypothetical buyer and seller are assumed to be able as well as willing to trade or to be well informed about the property and concerning the market for such property. So i.e. they are they're basically coming at it from an arm's length transaction perspective. And what is fair market value? It's the price at which the property would change hands between a willing buyer and a seller when the former is not under any compulsion to buy and the latter is not under any compulsion to sell, both parties having reasonable knowledge of relevant facts. So that's sort of the 1,000-foot view perspective on this. There's also HHS, which has, and HHS, for those of you who aren't quite familiar, that's the parent organization for CMS, which lands up doing your Medicare and Medicaid billing. But according to HHS, general market value is the compensation that would be included in a service agreement as a result of a bona fide bargaining between well-informed parties to the agreement who are not otherwise in a position to generate business for the other party on the date of acquisition of the asset or at the time of the service agreement. So again, and that's a regulatory point right here, as you can tell. It's 42 CFR 411.351. The point being, you want to have an arm's length transaction. You don't want to be overcharging or overbilling for it. And you don't want to pay people off to make sure that the billing happens in a way that's not appropriate. The other laws, and we've sort of hinted at this a little bit, is the False Claims Act. And what that is essentially the whistleblowers you've seen. And in the case of pharmaceuticals, we're all aware of the multi-billion-dollar fines that have been paid out. But essentially what it comes down to is these actions brought by the Department of Justice. It goes to the whistleblower key time provisions to allow individuals to bring actions in the name of the government. So when you see those $100 million fines that are being paid out, what's often happening is that the whistleblower gets to keep a huge component of that. And actually, there have been cases, and we're going to talk about them, where whistleblowers are taking components of the fines being levied against pharmacies as well. So we'll talk about that a little bit further. The key piece here is that the pharmacy does not need to have had a specific intent to defraud. So it's not like you need to have gone in today going, you know what, I'm feeling like I want to defraud the U.S. government. That's not necessarily a core component of the fact that you may have actually landed up defrauding anyways. So you need to do some good faith due diligence. You need to take appropriate steps to make sure that you're not encouraging inappropriate prescribing. You need to take appropriate steps to ensure that you're not charging too much for a product that you shouldn't be. You need to make sure that you're not double billing. You need to make sure that if you bill for something that was not given, you then reverse that transaction, if you will. Each of those might be a claim under the False Claims Act. So let's go back. Here's what the False Claims Act actually says. Any person who knowingly presents or causes to be presented a false or fraudulent claim for payment or approval, or who willingly makes, uses, or causes to be made or used a false record or statement material to a false or fraudulent claim. That all looks super, super dense. Here's the key piece of those. Number one, presents or causes to be presented. This is the key component here. Presents or causes to be presented. And the reason that matters is because if you are the pharmacist, you are the one who's actually filing the claim. Even if the doctor wrote for it, you're the one who's presenting or causing to be presented the false or fraudulent claim. And similarly, in this case, it would be the doctor might also be ensnared in this type of a situation because they would be knowingly making, using, or causing to be made a false record or claim. And so what's the penalty? The penalty to the U.S. government is $5,500, not more than $11,000 plus 3 times the amount of damages, which is why, and that's per transaction. So you might land up very quickly in the millions of dollars of liability range. So I recognize that right now we're really talking about very, very legal, detailed type of information, but I want you to get the gravity of the types of issues we're facing. So penalties can be pretty significant very quickly. So what are the most common types of Medicare abuse systems that you see? So retaining government funds when there's an obligation to pay. And a good example of that, like we just discussed, is when you're basically, you billed for a product, the patient didn't pick it up, and you didn't return the money back. Knowingly billing for services that were not furnished and or supplies not provided. So the patient didn't come in, they didn't get it, you still billed because you'd already done it. You forgot to sort of retract that. Including Medicare for appointments that patient failed to keep. Again, if you're doing some kind of billing with individuals, so talking to patients kind of stuff, that might be a concern. Altering claims forms or receipts to receive a higher payment amount. So if you know that your product can be billed for $10 for one thing, for one indication, and $50 for another indication, and you just keep billing for the wrong indication, this could be problematic. Misusing codes in a claim, you could similar, if you will. Charging excessively for supplies or services. So if you are in a situation where you're compounding for a doctor's office, in those specific situations, you might land up saying, these supplies are X amount. Well, that you need to make sure that is fair market value. Billing for services that were not medically necessary. So you thought that if you land up in a scenario where you can provide additional services, you land up billing the government. Turns out that those services themselves were not necessary. And then misuse grants. So let's sort of talk a little bit about the anti-kickback law, and then we'll get into real situations of what's happened already. So the key difference between the False Claims Act and the anti-kickback law is there's no private right of action. So while the what does that actually mean? That means that you cannot sue sue on behalf of the U.S. government. Only the U.S. government can sue. However, a anti-kickback law violation not necessarily results in a violation under the False Claims Act. So that becomes interesting as well. Key piece again here: knowingly and willfully solicits or receives any remuneration, including any kickback, bribe, or rebate, directly or indirectly, covertly, in cash or in kind. Key piece there being, if you're part of any system, for example, Lauren is taking care of her pharmacy, and let's say she, and we're not saying this about Lauren because we know she's training people appropriately, but let's say she didn't train people appropriately and basically went to the doctor and said that, you know what, Dr. Smith, I'm going to give you a vacation to Hawaii if you prescribe $50,000 worth of my product. In that specific instance, even though no cash changed hands, the fact that there was a remuneration that was exchanged, that would be potentially problematic. And it's all about referring services or item or service for which payment may be made in whole or in part under a federal healthcare program. And then there's a lease component. So again, the other part of this that's important to recognize is that in the case of something like the anti-kickback law, you have to be aware that, how should I put this? I've seen pharmacists come in with more innovative arrangements, shall we say. And what that means is, you know what, Dr. Smith, how about you become a tenant in my building? I won't charge you, just direct all your patients to me. And you don't have to pay me rent, or if you do have to pay me rent, I'm going to just look the other way if you don't pay your rent on time or don't give enough rent at all. That would potentially also be a violation of the anti-kickback law. Another version I've seen is where someone will say, you know what, Dr. Smith, you can have 5% of my pharmacy, or I can have 5% of your medical practice. And that can cause problems by itself because you start getting into violations of what's called the Stark law. So keep a lawyer sort of, if you need to run these things by someone, just keep them available to ask questions. Again, you don't need to have had actual knowledge of the section or specific intent to defraud. So it all turns on your intent. And again, you want to look at the types of exceptions that may be available to you. Penalty, again, is up to not more than $25,000 or imprisonment for not more than 5 years or both. So if you think that you've got $25,000 to give away or 5 years of your life to give away, maybe it's not such a bad thing for you. Step by step, again, the way you want to do this is you want to identify if there's any kind of relationship. So if you are in any way able to generate federal healthcare business, including if you are a purchaser, benefit formulary, you serve on a formulary committee, or if you're a pharmacist, you may very well be subject to this. And if one of the purposes of the remuneration is to induce or reward the referral or recommendation of the business. So like we said, in the case, there's nothing fundamentally wrong about saying, Dr. Smith, I want you to be able to rent in my building. I own the building. I just want you to rent. No big deal. However, if you start looking the other way, that becomes problematic if he doesn't pay up. And here are the potential problems with anti-kickback with a potential anti-kickback relationship. It might skew clinical decisions. It might undermine the clinical integrity of the formulary process. It may involve providing information to decision makers, prescribers, or patients, and the information itself may not be as accurate as you want it to be. It may actually increase the cost of federal healthcare programs, which is why they actually land up carrying. It's designed to circumvent the Medicaid rebate program, which is the best price calculation. So what that really lands up meaning is you have to give Medicaid the best price, and this might be a way to say, you know what, I'm going to give you, Dr. Smith, a sweetheart deal, and that may violate the best price calculation that you have to do. And then there's a risk of overutilization or inappropriate utilization, which we talked about a little bit before. And then finally, does it raise patient safety or quality of care concerns, which if you are affecting clinical decision-making, it's likely that you'll have a claim under that. So we've spoken a lot about the information. Before I jump into the actual examples, like in this specific instance for Centurion compounding, does anyone have any questions? Lauren, I went through really quickly, and you're the only one. You and Abhinav. Oh, someone has a question.
Confirm if they have a minimum of, one of the bedrooms downstairs, a bedroom and a bath, all.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if that was for you, so I just went ahead and unmuted her.
Thank you. I don't think that was for me, Whitney. Thank you. Anyone have any questions before I jump in? Oh, okay. We'll keep going and we'll see where it takes us. So an example of this is Centurion compounding. So what they did was Centurion is a marketing firm that employed sales representatives to market compounded prescription medications specifically for pain and scars, just like what we were talking about, Lauren, in those before times. And those beneficiaries in those before times were part of federal healthcare programs, including TRICARE. Here's what they did. Centurion entered into an exclusive illegal kickback scheme with Pinellas County county-based Life Care Pharmacy, where Centurion agreed to share equally in the profits from the claims paid by the healthcare programs. So essentially, the situation was if the pharmacy makes $50 from the claim, Centurion gets to keep half of it, and that was deemed to be illegal. So what happened in that specific instance? They pled guilty in federal court to committing healthcare fraud with the owners of the now closed Life Care Pharmacy in St. Petersburg, which you see on the right-hand side here, and Dr. Anthony Baldizzi of Tierra Verde. So essentially, they landed up being Frank V. Monty and Kimberly Anderson were sentenced to 24 and 18 months in federal prison. Monty and Anderson also forfeited more than $3 million in property and luxury vehicles, including, and this is where it really starts hurting, a Lamborghini, a Porsche, a Ferrari, a Ford GT racing car, a McLaren, and a Mercedes. So if you just happen to have those lying around, I would be scared. Questions, comments about what happened there? Not so much. Okay. Let's look at diabetes care. So this was actually owned by a private equity firm, and they landed up with a $21.4 million settlement with the Department of Justice. And the claim was that they orchestrated a $70 million kickback scheme to recruit beneficiaries for TRICARE for quote-unquote medically unnecessary prescriptions. So it's not just, well, Dr. Smith, why don't you send people to me? But are you coercing Dr. Smith to send patients who don't actually need medications? And that's the question you want to look at. So in this specific instance, Patient Care Pharmacy, owned by RLH, which was the equity firm, paid $21.4 million in settlement. Let's look at the next one. We've got Physician Specialty Pharmacy, and they were charged with fraudulent claims for prescriptions for compounded pain cream, scar cream, and wellness capsules. So again, in those before times when we were talking about pain creams and scar creams, Fisher was the pharmacist. He or she, I don't actually know, but Fisher agreed to fill Fisher agreed to fill prescriptions at his pharmacy, knowing that they were not based on legitimate doctor-patient relationships. In exchange, Fisher paid commissions to the marketing representatives who recruited patients to receive the compounded drug prescriptions. So essentially, people came with a prescription. He didn't check into it, didn't see if it was appropriate, landed up filling them. The penalty was wire fraud, healthcare fraud, 20 years of imprisonment, and the maximum penalty is for conspiracy to commit money laundering is 10 years imprisonment. So that's what they're facing right now.
That's
So these are all live, active cases that are going on as we speak.
Wow.
Smart Pharmacy. In this specific instance, charges were brought against Smart Pharmacy Inc. and SB2 LLC, two compounding pharmacies. The government was also brought claims against Gregory Ballatin, a co-owner of the pharmacies, for his involvement in the alleged schemes. Here's what the DOJ alleged. The pharmacies improperly included the drug aripiprazole, an antipsychotic, in compounded pain prescriptions in order to boost the pharmacy's reimbursement for the prescriptions, while knowing that there was not an adequate clinical basis for adding aripiprazole to the compound, i.e., does that medication need to be there, or are you just trying to sort of up the amount of money you make? So it's not just was the prescription written and now I don't have to look at it, or should that drug even be in there? The complaint alleged that by including the drug in the pain creams, the defendants substantially increased their reimbursement for prescriptions for the creams for Medicare Part D and TRICARE. Additionally, and this is where I always sort of struggle, the pharmacies routinely waive patient co-payment obligations. So how often have we all, I remember working in a pharmacy and patients coming in saying, crap, I don't have my medication and I don't have the $5 copay. I really need this medication. We go, you know what? Don't even give it to me. We'll worry about it later on. Here, take the prescription. You think you're doing it for the greater good. You're doing it for the patient. But if they see this as a consistent pattern, if they see this as a way you're sort of bringing patients in, and remember, these people, the DOJ is doing essentially Monday morning quarterbacking. So in those situations, you want to make sure that what does this situation look like after the fact? The complaint alleges the defendant crushed pills of aripiprazole, compounded them, the compounded creams, and then provided it to active military personnel, retirees, and their families. So that's still in play. I'm sorry, someone had a question?
No, I was just responding.
Yeah. Actually, I have run into Smart. They're in like northern Florida. I ran into them a lot throughout my career. And not too long ago, maybe a few years ago, they were in a couple offices on the east coast of Florida when I had the territory over there. Are they still active? Like, I know they're going through this. Are they completely shut down?
It doesn't say, actually. I think they may have to pay some bills.
Right.
But I don't know if they've been stopped. They may very well have been stopped.
Because it wasn't, I would say it was maybe about 1 or 2 years ago that I still was in an office and they mentioned using them. And I thought, wow, because I've known, I've kind of known through the grapevine that they've,
well, let's see. I think they're still active because I just did a quick, Smart Pharmacy, Florida. They seem to be open right now, actually. So I'm guessing they aren't closed.
Wow. Interesting.
Greg is, he's got his website. He's come up. Fourth generation pharmacist, detail oriented, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
With Bill Scroggins. So
yeah, I've met Greg many years back. So I'm kind of taken back. They're resilient, I guess.
They are resilient. And again, they might be not guilty for all we know, but these are the claims being brought as we speak. Let me see if I can find the exact date as well. However, as on December 18th, 2019, they laid off 100 workers because they were sued by the federal government. So maybe that's where the impact was.
Perhaps, okay.
DOJ. This is the best part about doing these slides online. The case was brought on June 14, 2019.
Oh, okay.
So they've had about 2 years to recover while this is still playing out. There's been no determination of liability since that, as of June 14th of 2019. Okay. Let's look at Vital Life. Do you know these guys?
No, not familiar with them.
Okay. So they were engaged in an illegal kickback scheme to induce the referral of compounded drug prescriptions from TRICARE and Medicare beneficiaries. What did they do? They paid kickbacks to a third-party marketing company to solicit prospective patients for compounded drug prescriptions, regardless of patient need. So if you're seeing a trend, this is the second time we've seen that, regardless of patient need. Essentially, we found patients, we got a prescription, give us drugs, because you can bill the federal government for it. The marketing company arranged for the prescribers to sign these prescriptions, which would then refer to Age Vital to be filled. So again, this might be a place where you start thinking about, well, we've got a local prescriber who could sign it, but think about more of these national chains that have telehealth components to it. And are these being filled in an appropriate way, getting the appropriate oversight? The kickbacks to the marketing entity allegedly consist of a substantial share of the pharmacy's TRICARE and Medicare reimbursements. So this was all sort of being brought into question. So again, the type of relationship you have with your marketing company comes into play. So having your own internal team has some advantages because you aren't doing sort of a profit share. On the other hand, there are some disadvantages because now you can't really claim that I didn't know what they were doing because they're part of your company. So you need to have a good sort of training program in place for that. Let's look at nationwide compounded care. So in this specific instance, Spell and his co-conspirators waived TRICARE's requirement that a beneficiary make a co-payment. So again, these guys just waived the co-pay. Instead, the Spell and his co-conspirators had their employees purchase prepaid debit cards and money orders to use towards a co-payment for a beneficiary, with Spell and his co-conspirators reimbursing their employees. So again, this became a way of sort of diverting funds. And essentially what happened was they paid kickbacks and bribes to marketers in order to obtain prescriptions for compounded medications from prescribers or beneficiaries who are covered by the most lucrative healthcare benefit programs, including TRICARE. The compounded medications were not medically necessary for the treatment of beneficiaries. So what happened to this person? The pharmacy owner was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison for his involvement in a $243 million compounding pharmacy fraud scheme. So we're not always talking about just little mom and pop stores. This is obviously major players. Empire. Lauren, do you know Empire? I'm going to ask you about these.
I'm not familiar with Empire.
Okay. Any questions so far? Are any of you guys seeing a theme? Are any of you guys doing things that are making you go, I better check into this a little bit more? And it may not necessarily be illegal, but it is important to double check and sort of get a second look at them, if you will.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think you're giving a lot of good information. I mean, obviously, you think about just obvious things like, oh, yes, I'm not going to take money from, hand the money to a prescriber. But there are these little intricate things that you think you might be actually following the rules and doing the right thing, but they're illegal. And that's where I think people can really need to, like you said, contact a lawyer. There's a lot of fine little intricate things that play into this, especially when you're doing sales or marketing. And I think it's really important to reach out and not assume, because maybe you have a friend or a colleague that runs this, this type of business, and that's how they do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, not smart.
Exactly. So let's talk about Empire. Empire was charged by a complaint of 1 count of conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud and 1 count of conspiracy to pay illegal kickbacks to a doctor. The conspiracy included billing health insurance companies for medically unnecessary compounded prescriptions. Peter Frazano of Randolph, New Jersey, pled guilty, knowingly causing the billing of fraudulent claims of medically unnecessary prescriptions, such as scar creams, pain creams, and metabolic supplements. To ensure that a physician prescribed compounded medications regardless of medical necessity, Frazano and a conspirator recruited a doctor to sign prescriptions ordering compounded medications without ever examining or interacting with any of the individuals who were to receive the medications. So again, think about a lot of these national pharmacies that are doing exactly this, saying that it's telehealth. That's where you start. If there's no interaction, if they're saying, oh yeah, we'll just take a look at it. Well, you might want to interact first. What they would do is they'd begin by filing prescriptions for expensive specialty medication that require prior authorization. They then entice doctors to use Empire for specialty medication prescriptions by showing that, amongst other things, Empire received prior auth approvals more successfully than any other pharmacy. To do that, he directed Empire employees, including 2 pharmacists, to repeatedly falsify prior auth forms for medications for various conditions, including psoriasis and Hep C. In recorded conversations, Stindler admitted to his and Empire's practice of falsifying prior auth forms in order to receive approval for medication that would otherwise have not been approved. Stindler and Empire received approximately $2 million in Medicare reimbursements from Medicare, Medicaid, and other insurance carriers that they otherwise would not have received. They paid bribes to a psychiatrist in Hudson County, New Jersey, and induced the doctor to send prescriptions to Empire. They also delivered bribe payments to the doctor. On occasion, Stindler secreted cash bribes in $100 denominations in pill bottles that were delivered to the doctor. This is like straight out of a movie. In exchange for the bribes, the doctor steered patients to Empire Pharmacy, even though the patients used other pharmacies closer to their homes for all their other medications. So again, steerage is a major issue. New York actually has some laws against patient steerage. So you need to be careful about how these medications are coming. So if you are marketing and you're saying, you know what, just send this one prescription here, only this one, we don't want the others, that starts looking a little unusual. A lot of companies have started going down the cash route and said, you know what, I don't want to deal with insurance companies. But does that necessarily eliminate all your problems? I'm not 100% sure, but it's worth looking into as well. In the case of Fairlawn, a doctor and 3 people associated with the pharmacy were charged, and this was what I'm pulling from is the charge sheet. They were instrumental in defrauding U.S. In the Federal Workers' Compensation Program for a $10 million scheme involving illegal kickbacks and medically unnecessary prescriptions for pain creams. The defendants conspired to obtain more than $10 million in healthcare benefits from the Federal Workers' Compensation Program by prescribing and dispensing expensive but medically unnecessary pain creams for now former U.S. Postal Service employees for injuries they suffered on the job. Miller and Vangelis and here's the second component of this. I was talking about the idea of rent payments. Miller and Vangelis purchased Dr. Philippone's medical office for above fair market value, then permitted Dr. Philippone to continue to use the premises for which he routinely failed to pay rent. So that's another way of paying a kickback without ever actually exchanging money. And that's the problem. You didn't exchange the money that you were supposed to. Brookhaven Specialty Pharmacy and OK Compounding. In this specific instance, 3 doctors and 5 marketers are facing Oklahoma federal court charges for allegedly duping federal insurance programs into covering compounded drug prescriptions. Here's what they did. They provided pre-printed prescription pads, say that 5 times fast, pre-printed prescription pads that listed the compounding formula choices. The participating physicians allegedly checked a box with a preferred section and then selection and then faxed it directly to the associate pharmacies instead of writing a prescription tailored to the patient who could then take it to the pharmacy of their choice. So again, the issues there are steerage because you're sending it to a specific pharmacy without caring for what the patient wanted. And then the choice of the drugs was eliminated as well. Those doctors were provided kickbacks and bribes in varying amounts up to $50,000 in exchange for writing compounded drug prescriptions. There were, again, various sham business arrangements, including contracts, where physicians perpetrated to serve as medical directors or consulting physicians for the pharmacies. So you just say, you know what, you are a medical director, I'm going to pay you a bunch of money, but you don't actually have to do any work. The doctors were also recruited as quote-unquote medical directors for a university study. So, so that's an example of what's called a seeding trial. But these are, again, types of problems that we've seen that are being sued for as we speak. Questions so far? Comments? Okay. Let's take the next one. Primate pharmacies. For those of you who might be wondering, these guys are not closed. They operated as a specialty pharmacy out of Union City, New Jersey in the Bronx. And they were involved in a $99 million scam. If they would have done one more million, they would have had a clean $100 million. They were charged with healthcare fraud, wire fraud, and conspiracy. And they were punished by a maximum of with a 20-year prison sentence, and healthcare fraud carrying a 10-year maximum sentence. Here's what they did. They paid bribes and kickbacks to doctors and to doctors' employees to steer the prescriptions to primate pharmacies. This was done using expensive meals and payments by cash, check, and wire transfers. They paid an employee to work inside the doctor's office for the doctor's benefit. So it's not just I gave a certain amount of money, I paid for an employee for you. They also billed health insurance providers for prescriptions that were never provided to the patients. So obviously hugely problematic. Suing the marketer. In this specific instance, it was the marketer who was sued. So this was a lady known as Guerra. She admitted that as part of her role as a marketer, she recruited physicians to write prescriptions for expensive compound medications to be filled by Pharmacy A. And it's interesting, they don't actually name the pharmacy, they just call it Pharmacy A. So the pharmacy wasn't implicated, just the marketer. And for which the pharmacy would bill federal healthcare programs. The owner of the pharmacy paid Guerra approximately $7.5 million in return for compound prescriptions written by the physicians that Guerra recruited. In turn, she paid a cut of the payments from Pharmacy A to the prescribing physicians. She admitted that she paid approximately $2.1 million in kickbacks to one of the physicians sending prescriptions to Pharmacy A, identified in the criminal information as Dr. 1. So again, she was the one doing the pay splits. The pharmacy had no idea this was going on. So sometimes sales reps think that they can be smart by sort of hiding this, and the DOJ has found these types of situations before, as you can tell here. There's another situation similar. Frusci and Kalaba were sales representatives of Company A, a New Jersey marketing company, a company of compounded prescriptions. They were part of a large scheme to defraud the Metropolitan Transit Authority of more than $2.8 million for the billing of medically unnecessary compounded prescriptions. So again, you're seeing another trend come up, which is billing for workers' compensation of federal healthcare programs. To convince the MTA beneficiaries to obtain medically unnecessary compounded prescriptions, Kalaba paid them monthly cash bribes of about $100 per prescription. So this is actually paying the individual beneficiaries $100 so that they can fill a prescription at your pharmacy. To ensure physician-prescribed compounded medications, regardless of medical necessity, they were referred to telemedicine physicians who were paid by Company A and its affiliates. So again, this was someone who thought that they were being really smart by using telemedicine physicians and sort of cutting out the middleman. So the big trends we're seeing, you're seeing a lot of compounding pharmacies being the target, which is why we're talking about this, especially in Florida. There's an uptick in opioids, as you can tell. The kickbacks are consistent in that they often use some version of a telehealth option. If you're a large pharmacy, you're especially being targeted in the New York area. And again, if you're using a third-party marketing company, be careful and appropriately audit them. Like one of the things Lauren said she was doing was she'd do ride-alongs, which is great. You need to be auditing them and finding out what they're doing, what they could be doing better. So again, these are some things you need to be considering and doing right. So let's ask the question: how do you find the right marketer? Anyone have any ideas? Lauren, if someone refers a person to you saying this could be a great marketer, how do you choose if that person's right for you?
I definitely want to look at their background, where they've worked before, where they're coming from.
Yep.
You know, there's nothing against hiring someone hasn't worked in our industry before. So yep. I would say best advice would be someone with a sales background, someone that's, we can go over the whole rejection. They're not afraid of rejection, but if they did come from a previous pharmacy, you really need to take a look at the practices and what was,
Yep.
put in place there, especially if they're a large pharmacy. Back, we keep referring to this time as the old days of the pain game. I actually had a rep come from OPC. I don't know if you remember OPC, but they were one of the first company that actually was taken down by when they started really coming in and, shutting down these pharmacies. And I was very weary about bringing her on board, extremely weary, because not that she was a bad person, but she was used to operating in the way that they operated. So,
Right.
We had to do a lot of retraining and making sure that she represented us in the way that we, did business, not her previous company. She ended up being a very, a great rep. She brought a lot of revenue to my pharmacy, but there were times that it was challenging because she was used to doing certain things that OPC allowed them to do that was actually like illegal. So we had to, really work with her. So I would just say you really have to understand where they came from, how they were trained, what protocols they were used to, and, be willing to retrain.
And let's frame that question differently. Now, let's say, Lauren, your pharmacy's really grown, and they basically told you that I don't want you to hire more people. So now you are using a third-party provider, if you will. How would you choose who would be the right person to help?
But before you answer that, Lauren,
Yes.
I'm just going to, there's some people who joined. I'm just going to let everyone know I'm going to unmute you in case you guys want to chime in, okay?
Yeah, please. If anyone wants to talk, please just have a conversation. There aren't enough of us to worry about raising hands and stuff.
To be honest, I don't have a lot of experience. I've never used a third party marketing agency. So I don't have an actual experience that I can share, but I know that it can be successful. I know there are companies out there that are doing the right thing. I have to say I would always proceed with caution, and you really want to ask a lot of questions. You really want to know start to finish how they conduct business. Those would be things that I would want to know, as a business owner, as this head of marketing for my pharmacy.
Yeah. Anyone else want to add to that? Okay. Let me put out a couple of questions I'd start with. I'd ask the question that Lauren asked, which is, who have you worked for? If you ever had a complaint, what was it for? How was it resolved? I'd ask for references. I would talk a little bit about OIG and them having an exclusions list. You need to make sure you've done the appropriate background check. And Lauren, you asked this question, which is, what have you done before? How do you plan to market my product? If it's an external agency, do you have appropriate marketing SOPs? If it's an internal agencies, do you have training, and do you track the training, and do you actually ensure, do you have an audit process that goes along with it? If it's an external company, you talked about this a little bit, Lauren, do you land up training those outside marketers? Do they have a method of self-audit, like we said? And then lastly, I'd actually want to look at some of the agreements that they have proposed with other, with doctors' offices to see what they have succeeded with and what they haven't. Obviously, names will be deleted and the like, but I want to get a feel for, do they know what questions to ask and what mistakes have they made? So these are some of the questions I'd be thinking about. This is my information. If anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. You can add me on LinkedIn. You can find me on Twitter, Darshan Talks. You might, if you somehow feel the need to send me mail, feel free to do that. I'm not quite sure why you do that.
I don't know why that was so funny to me. I'm sorry.
Well, we said it is a nice touch to get an actual real note. So, if you listen to my presentation, a nice thank you note in the mail goes a long way.
Well, there you go. So that is one reason. But I'm not sure you want to reach out to your lawyer that way. That might be a little odd. But yeah, fair enough. But yeah, that's all I had to present. Anyone want to talk about anything else? Are you guys good? Any questions?
I think this might be a good way to segue into our roundtables because this is kind of like a continuation, right, of all the speakers, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. That was so informative and very engaging. Thank you, Darshan.
Thank you.
Now, Vivian shared it. I just saw she joined the room. Hey, Vivian. Would you like me to go ahead
Hi.
would you like me to go ahead and share that presentation you sent me earlier for the roundtables?
Is that me?
No, I have that. Sorry.
No, I think we'll just have everybody jump in. I was just coming in to see if Lauren and Greg were here.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, good. I'm going to make you guys presenters, and then, everybody else in the room will give other people a chance to show up, and then we'll see if there are any questions. All right.
So you don't want me to show this agenda? Don't worry about that.
I don't know. What do you guys here? Let me bring in Lauren and Greg. Yes. Lauren and Greg. There. Do you guys want Whitney to put up the presentation?
Sure. What if it,
Sure, why not?
It'd be a benefit to the audience? Absolutely. Whatever works for you guys.
Should I show my face the whole time? I didn't realize I wasn't showing my face.
Okay.
There we go.
If I make this full screen, I'll lose you guys. So you guys can
No,
see
I
that.
like it like this. This is perfect, Whitney.
Okay, great.
Greg, I'm not sure they told you, but you're required to have a bed in the background.
I a little out of place, to be honest.
If you want to take a nap, it's just.
Mine is upstairs. They only let me to go up there, after hours. So.
It's the best lighting in my whole house.
Indeed.
If you guys saw the setup, you would laugh. It is so. It's
Well,
like
it's working for you.
If you need a dog stretched out across the bed, and that'd be perfect.
I
could bring them in.
So he'll be in soon. I have to.
That would do
My
it.
dog is definitely stretched out behind me for sure.
All righty. So I don't know. Shall we have everybody go around the room and introduce themselves? Let's start. We can start with. All right, I'm going to have to unmute everybody and make them I'm going to make them a presenter. So that means Jody, Adam, and Abhinav, you got to stay in this room. Okay? Raise your hand if you're going to stay here, because otherwise, thank you.
Greg's going to be here twice, apparently.
I'm going to be your double.
Yes. And Jody. So, we were hoping that you guys would introduce yourself, tell us a little about yourself, and any questions that you had about marketing. Do we want to start with Adam? Adam, can you hear us? Or anybody? Adam, Jody, Abhinav. All right. Well, apparently nobody has any questions for you guys. You're so good.
That was amazing, to be fair.
I am telling you.
Here's Syed. Hey, Syed.
Hey.
We're just going around the room to see if anybody has any marketing questions that they want to bring up. Or any kind of discussions.
Yeah.
You could tell us about your marketing efforts. Do you feel ambushed there?
Right. So I was just trying to browse through the rooms and see which one is functioning, because the last room I went, I was being as a presenter. So I don't know which room is still.
Let me put it to you differently, Abhinav. We have a pretty woman in our room.
I absolutely second that.
Right.
Well, we were hoping that we could have a roundtable discussion about marketing, but everybody's feeling very shy. So I don't know if you want to jump in, Syed, or you want to also do a quick duck.
Of course, marketing is definitely, that is one area where 503Bs and in general any pharma that's aggressive marketing. Marketing is the front face of any product organization. And the stronger the marketing team, the better the performance of the organization as a whole. Marketing and sales is a very, very crucial for any industry and especially for pharma. Mm-hmm. So one thing is the problem comes in the 503B arena and compounding is something called you cannot promote the products for off-label use or anything. You cannot advertise.
Syed, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're looking at your ceiling.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was. Are you able to see now? I was. I was holding the phone because it was putting on charger, so I can't even see myself. So, but good if you can. So, so that's what I was saying. That in terms of marketing in compounding pharmacies, there's very limited opportunities. Again, it goes as a clinical need, so that basically means it has to come from the physician or the prescriber practitioner more than anything you could advertise the products. So if a practitioner has any need, we could offer him if there is any need. Like most of the compounding pharmacy website, you see that they compound for various different indications, veterinary, hormonal, wellness, functional medicine, and things of that nature. But otherwise, promoting a drug for a particular indication other than what it is there for, it's not an option again.
So yeah, there's actually been a lot of case law movement in that. There are the FDA has actually lost 6 court cases on exactly that issue. So the question is not whether it's for an off-label issue anymore. Even though that is a standard people use, the actual standard is it quote unquote truthful and not misleading. So and there's also a second exception, which is it quote unquote scientific discussion. If you're going down the whole truthful and not misleading, which is promotional by definition, the big question you have to ask yourself is what do those 2 words mean? And everyone, including the FDA, doesn't know what that means. The FDA put out a 64-page memo saying here are 21 options of what it could mean. We just don't know which one it is. And if it could be one thing, it could be an option that's not even what we've thought of yet. So your point's well made, but it's evolving is the point I want to make out. On the other hand, if it's not promotional at all, there's a second option, which is scientific discussion. So a physician to a pharmacist as a discussion, you absolutely can have any discussion you want. Because it's quote unquote scientific discussion and it's considered protected under the First Amendment. So that's why in a pharmacy, if the doctor calls up and says, I want to use this drug for a completely different reason, the pharmacist is not only allowed to, but is expected to have that conversation and go, what's going on with your patient? Let's talk about him or her and make sure that they get what they need for that specific indication. Obviously, if you're doing it for promotional reasons, that exception may not apply as much.
That's exactly what I was trying to say, that if it comes from the physician's side to again, physician is has the liberty to use off-label use, but I think in terms of promotion wise, so let me ask you this: so if a physician has prescribed a particular drug for let's say for off-label use.
Sure.
Could we promote that same to other physicians, or is it is his personal decision to?
It's the personal decision. The physician can talk to other physicians without a problem. It's about any physician can prescribe the product off-label. That there's no problem with that. It's the question of, are you doing it for promotional reasons? In which case there are rules that kick into play. So, for example, I'll give you an example that makes it more complicated. If the physician is prescribing for off-label use, and I just said the physician can talk to other physicians, but now you'll end up paying the doctor to talk about it, suddenly those rules fall out the window because he's not doing it for scientific discussion anymore. He's doing it as a paid promoter for you. Or so it's not the actual act of off-label prescribing that's the problem. It's the promotion of it that's the problem. And then you have rules that can play.
Right. I think we probably, let's pick a common drug, Avastin, right? So there was, Avastin was there and there was for a different reason, and now there are other reason it is banned. So could that promotion is acceptable, or?
So again, let's go back to, I'm not giving legal advice, but but generally speaking, no, you shouldn't be, you wouldn't be able to promote it for that reason. The question is, do you have any evidence? So then the question becomes, do you have adequate evidence? So do you have evidence that is truthful and not misleading that would suggest that it can be used for that other indication? And chances are you don't, because no one knows what those words mean. So the short answer is no. Longer answer is because we don't know what it means.
Sure.
So, Darshan, here's a question for you. Maybe this is in the same realm.
Yeah.
For a lot of us, we were compounding HCG, used for a lot of off-label reasons.
Sure.
You can't compound that anymore. So, personally, I carry Pregnil, and we dispense a lot of it. Mm-hmm. We don't advertise it. We have HCG on ordering templates. It's primarily on male urology ordering templates. Is that an issue?
So we just did a presentation on ordering templates themselves being an issue. So there are DOJ lawsuits because of ordering templates, and I'm happy. My slides are going to be available, I believe. You'll see that. So that, number one, is an issue by itself. Number two, are you doing it because a Dr. Smith is asking for it for urology? Not a problem. You're doing it because it's a 503B product, and you are you're doing it because you hope to make a whole bunch of it and then sell it as a 503B product. You're probably going to start having issues, especially if it's on the banned substances list. I don't specifically know.
I'm not making it. I'm not making it any longer.
No, I'm not suggesting you were. I'm just talking about in general. You being a pharmacist as a whole, if you will, are you doing it because you're doing it for manufacturing reasons, or are you doing it because it's a 503A in response to a specific doctor's prescription for a specific patient? And that's going to be the critical factor, if you will. Is that helpful? Does that contextualize things?
Yeah. It does.
And just to touch on the ordering templates, that has always been very controversial.
Yeah.
I think that I will just say, from the perspective of a marketer, there's still so many questions. What you can have, what you can't have. In a way, I'm glad that a lot of offices have gone to the e-prescribe that I work with, and now I just provide them more of like a reference sheet. But if you do have information on that, I would love to be able to take a look at that, because it is something that I think we all would like to know as much as we can on, so we're not putting anything out there that could, like I said before in our previous discussion, if some people have just joined and they hadn't heard, it's not even that you're trying to go out and do something bad. It's you're just, you think you're doing the right thing and you're going to push something forward, but not doing all the double checks. So like a template form, how could you really get in trouble using a prescription template form? You're just trying to make it easier for the prescriber. And let me tell you, it does. You need, with compounding, you need to provide them with something. When they're going to have to write out a formula with 5 different ingredients, that they're not going to memorize that. They need to look at it, check a box. I mean, we know that that's going to simplify, that's going to bring you more prescriptions in the door. But yeah, it's something that has always been gray in the market.
But the reason is exactly what you said, which is simplifying. But simplifying for what reason? It's for the reason you just mentioned, which is so that you get more prescriptions through the door. It's not because that's what the doctor wants. A compound by definition is in response to a specific patient for a specific doctor. So the moment you say, we're trying to make this easy so that we get the prescriptions we want. And we're going to standardize it because from our perspective, it makes it easier and it's quicker and it's faster. And we can compound in general and sort of have vats of this stuff ready. That's when the DOJ goes, well, are you really compounding at that point, or are you really manufacturing and then steering people towards products and therefore and then overbilling them for it? That's where it starts getting more complicated.
Right, and that's I feel like it can go. You can go all the way to the other side when you don't want to. Yeah. So that is just something like for anyone here that does have marketing materials out there or looking to create something, it's not going to be like I can just do whatever I want. Like I just want to put out the precautionary that this is something that you really do want to be very careful with. Like Darshan said, the compounding is making a specific medication by order. I know like I said, these things can make it easier. We want to simplify it. We want the doctor to make it, us a household name, of course. And, like let's take hormones, for example. There are certain formulations that a lot of patients will use. A 50 milligram progesterone capsule. Okay. I mean, how many women at your pharmacy do you have on a 50 milligram progesterone capsule? A lot. But it's a specific medication, and you're skating on thin ice if you're going to play around with making it mass production. So yeah, I think that is something that you have to be very careful with.
A really good example of that, as you just mentioned, Lauren, was that situation with the aripiprazole, where someone was taking aripiprazole capsules and crushing them, putting them into a compounded medication, and then saying, we're going to charge the government a lot more money because you're putting in this tablet. And is there a medical need for that product to be in there? 50 milligram progesterone, maybe it is, but maybe you do 50 milligrams progesterone, you add in something more to it, and suddenly say it's not worth $5, it's worth 50 or 500, and that becomes problematic. So it goes into overbilling issues as well.
Right.
Thank you for starting that conversation. Is anybody in
any other questions?
Do they have any questions? Like I said, you can either raise your hand and I can unmute you, or you can put it in the chat. We've got a lot of really smart, very successful marketers here, or people related to marketing.
I'm going to come right back. For some reason, I can't see any of my windows, so I'm just going to have to close the window and start again. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, Darshan, we don't seem to have any questions anyway.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I guess I'll just let you guys go. Thank you very much. It was really good hearing those final thoughts. And I guess we'll see you on the stage, if you want to join us for our final presentation on the stage shortly. All right.
Thank you so much.
Great.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Everyone. Thanks. Bye.
Darshan,
Yes.
you said you have the slides from your presentation available?
Yeah, I believe Vivian has them. I'm happy to provide them.
Also, Greg, all the presentations are available for download in the handouts area.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll make that announcement as well. But if you need anything, just give me a shout. But you should be able to download all the PDFs.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.